Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. And welcome everybody, this is me just watching the runs I've done in the past. The Solo Cactus Challenge runs, well, speed runs, if you will. And I'm just gonna watch them here and compare them, that's gonna be the entire goal. So, in the top left corner you have the boy, which is traditionally called Randy. I figured I also put in the canonical name of the cactus because, well, maybe that's easier for some people to recognize them. In the top right corner we have the sprite, also known as Popoy, and in the bottom center we have the girl, which is also known as Prim. I hope I spelled those correctly because I don't even like their canonical names, to be completely honest, but that's besides the point. So, I forgot my timer. Let's see, where's the timer? There we go. Put this over here, and I'm kind of missing a piece there of the timer. Well, now it's half gone. There we go. Hang on. It does that sometimes on my screen. Alrighty, so, without any further ado, I'm gonna introduce all of those runs after, while we get started. It will take me a little bit in order to just kind of combine these runs. I'm just gonna start on this one with the top left on the boy, and then I'm just gonna try and align all the others along the way. So, let me get started here soon anyways. I'm gonna try and start a timer at the time we start the run as well. Anytime now. Hang on. This might take a while, I suppose. Oh. I downloaded the highlights, so not entirely sure when they exactly start, which is also why I need a little bit of time to align them. I need here just when it stops, and oh, they were actually pretty much aligned, huh? Oh no, they weren't. Ha, hang on. Okay, I see the problem. I actually give me just a moment. I'm gonna need to fix this. Sorry about that, but apparently I have the sprite has the wrong window. Solo the Hungry. There we go, now it should be fixed, and now the lady needs to catch up as well. Bear with me for just a moment here. I missed it. And when that one fades out, bonk. The other ones fade out in just a moment. Yeah, I don't really have a good method of aligning the videos, so I hope this is reasonably acceptable. They're gonna drift apart anyways after the fact. So, well, here we are. First of all, I'm gonna real quick introduce the run, and then I'm getting to what is happening in chat. Either way, thank you so very much already. These are all three Solo Cactus Challenge runs. What this means is that in each one of these runs I have just only used a single character in order to try and complete the entirety of the game as much as possible. There are certain passages and ways where I pretty much have to go ahead and use the other characters in order to open up passages, with spells usually being the key, so to speak. There's not much of a way around that. And that's kind of how they work. So each one of those is going to try and get to their respective character as quick as possible, and then just only use them. The general baseline rule I have for these runs is as follows. For one, I want to have my AI control characters, the ones that I don't use, help as little as possible. And I usually keep them dead for that purpose, and mostly for style points, I tend to try and also have them be at the lowest possible level. So, whatever that means for the run in question. Aside from that, well, it's kind of straightforward. Any glitches are allowed. This is not going to be glitchless in any capacity, but I'm going to try my best in order to, well, explain what is going to be happening. So either way, I hope you enjoy the show. And holy cow. Street Skills, thank you for the gift sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, and well, I hope you do enjoy your stay as well as No ads, which is nice. And Raycodactylus, thank you so much for 5 gift subs. You're crazy. Thank you so much, and once again, welcome everybody. So, in the top left, you actually see the boy, I think, killing 3 rabbits along the way in order to level up the weapon more or less efficiently. And he is also going to take a slight detour in order to save before we get the run started properly. At least you should. Ah, there it is. I initially forgot. So, speaking of which, none of these runs are particularly well optimized. A lot of them are just, mostly just kind of try to do my best in order to go fast, but those are pretty lengthy runs. Those are probably not even optimally routed, and certainly would have a bunch of minutes of improvements here and there. But I figured, well, let's just take the individual runs. And on that note, the Sprites run actually is the one that I've only done one run this year. So that one is going to be probably the most rough around corners, and it might even include some places where I actually create a save state in order to practice and test stuff later. So that just kind of as a heads up. For Mantis Ant, well, all of the characters are going to do pretty much the exact same thing, and we're going to go ahead and just stand in front of it and whack it. That's kind of all there is to it. There's not much of a strategy to defeat the Mantis Ant, aside from just hit it before it hits you, and if you stand the perfect distance away from it, it will actually swing without hitting you, which is optimal, but at the same time, it's better to stand too close and you do get hit than standing too far away, because if you do stand too far away, Mantis Ant likes to use other abilities that can, well, knock you unconscious. He casts a bunch of spell use, which just costs you a bunch of time, etc. So you just try and hit him as efficiently as possible. And hello everybody, welcome. Technically, all these runs are sprite runs, because they're all sprites. I mean... sure. Alrighty, so... now, as you might imagine, the boy solo character challenge run in the top left corner, we already have the main character for his story, so I mainly just kind of do everything more or less along the way. Now, these challenge runs are pretty arbitrary in how I rule them in the first place, but certain things might just kind of make a little more sense than others. So for these runs here, once again, I try to get the other characters as quick and as early as possible, which means for the solo character challenge run for the boy, well, conveniently enough, he's already available from the get-go. For the lady in the bottom center, this means we try and get her into our party as quick as possible, which means we are going to activate the goblin cutscene where the boy gets kidnapped, and then the goblin rescues him from the pot. Then we go to Pandora Castle, meet the lady there for the second time, where we also get her in the party. If you do not experience the goblin pot cutscene, she will actually just not recognize you because, well, you've never met before, slap you out of the way, and then, well, you just find her in the forest. In order to activate the goblin cutscene, you just talk to the second guard from the right once. That's all you need. You can also just talk to the guards until they walk away, then you know for sure that the goblins are going to kidnap you, so there's that. In the top left, we have the boy just kind of get a little bit of weapon experience along the way, because, well, he will be the main character. And for the solo character challenge run of the sprite, we go more or less straight for the next boss, which is Tropic Hollow. Alrighty, there's not a whole lot to say about the Water Palace cutscene, aside from, well, just mash through the text for the most part. We're also going to make a brief save file in each of the runs, and then just do a soft reset by tapping LR start and select at the same time, because that saves you like 2 or 3 text boxes from Luca's text, as well as it transports you back to the entrance of the area, so it's just slightly faster overall. Welcome to Kitty Cat, and at that point, welcome to anybody else who might have joined us. I hope you're doing well. So, also, I actually need to... I completely forgot about this. hang on. I need to actually wake up the rabbits because we have 6 points on that little progress bar. Sorry about that, I forgot actually because I was focused on the game, which what I like doing anyways. Oh, there we go. Let's try to wake up the rabbits. Yay, good morning. Unfortunately, it's not automated. I still don't know how to use the Twitch API with these things. Alrighty, during the Water Palace cutscene here, we also acquire our second weapon, the spear. So the spear is actually very slightly stronger than the sword by just 1 point of attack power for a large portion of the game. And for the most part, that 1 point of attack power does not really make enough of a difference for me to use them during most of the runs anyways. So, well, some runs end up using the spear in some instances, other runs, well, just don't. And we'll get to that as we get to that. So the Solo Cactus Challenge run for the lady is already heading off and is about to get kidnapped by the goblins and just experience this rather lengthy cutscene right here. For the sprite, we are more or less heading straight for the Gaia's Navel, where we are going to defeat Tropicala with the basic necessities along the way, and that's going to be that. Also, sometimes there's some hiccups in the highlights. That somehow happened while I was highlighting on Twitch, and I'm not sure why that happens. I don't know whether these hiccups were in the original podcast, but initially my VLC, the video player that I'm using here, crashed because, I don't know, there's some faulty codecs there? I don't exactly understand it. Either way, Kaneki, thank you. Thank you so much for 45 months of support, that's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Alrighty, so there's one thing worth noting here, I dare to say, for the Solo Cactus Challenge run with the sprite, because my general rule is that I don't want to use the other cactus if, well, I can avoid it in any capacity. That usually also involves not, well, for the sprite specifically, we are going to get the mana sword early, later in the game, but I have to use a different method than the traditional mana sword glitch that you may know from Seeker of Mana, because that would involve using the boy when we don't need him anymore. Here is a very minor exception to this, because I'm going to set up the inventory for the Solo Cactus sprite run already here before I even have the sprite in the party. This is more out of convenience rather than anything else, because we are right here. That way I don't have to worry about necessarily having the run die, because I don't yet have stuff for the goblins, etc. It's just kind of a bit safer, and it really doesn't make a difference for the most part. But what we're gonna do here for the Solo Cactus sprite run in the top right, I'm effectively manipulating my inventory in a way where I will have multiple stacks of fairy walnuts in order to use them throughout the run. These stacks of fairy walnuts are important for the sprite specifically, because of course he uses a lot of magic, but also the sprite is the one character of the three that I cannot do something that is known as equipment trashing. The equipment trashing glitch effectively allows me to throw away an equipment item, and then it replenishes the amount of items I have in my inventory. That's kind of the short version. It's a bit more technical in how it works, but because of that, I actually want to generate an extra amount of fairy walnut stacks to use throughout the run. They are not inherently going to be used, well, to be able to be replenished, as opposed to the top left, where the boy actually gets, I think, 4 separate stacks of barrels. The 4 stacks of barrels allow me to just replenish them with equipment trashing with the boy, just once they hit an amount of 2, by equipping an item and then throwing it away effectively. You will see that a lot during the run. And barrels are some of the most overpowered items, so they are going to be, well, very, very useful throughout the run. So that's kind of the short version here. In the bottom center, we have actually already acquired our second character, the boy. I did equip him with the Knuckles weapon, which is the least likely for him to accidentally help me in some capacity. Further, the lady has to actually take an additional detour in order to be able to enter Gaia's navel in the first place. If you were to go straight to Gaia's navel after you get her at Pandora Castle, she will just say, "Hey, I wanted to go to Elenia's Woods. That's it. This is not where I want to go. I'm gonna leave you if you try to continue here." And well, that's kind of the interesting part. Also, on the top left you see now the equipment thrashing, where the boy effectively multiplies the items in his inventory. That's kind of the short version. You stand in a specific spot on the screen, horizontally that is. Also, the additional equipment gives a little bit of safety for running through these areas here, rather than, well, accidentally dying because goblins hit me a bunch, which is quite a bit of a danger. Also in the bottom center, in case you're wondering, it did not freeze. Unfortunately, during the run I think I was doing something. And again, these are not particularly well optimized speedruns, but just kind of general runs, I suppose. So you can subtract that time from the end time if you'd like to. From that note, everybody, without looking it up, what do you think? Which character is actually going to be the fastest of all the solo character runs? Because I'm curious about your opinion and also your reasoning. So, in the bottom center, the lady is actually going to do the same equipment, or well, inventory glitch, where selling an item that doesn't exist, which is known as the blood item, is going to glitch out the inventory and generate a ton of money, as well as multiple stacks of a certain item. She's going to actually focus on getting multiple stacks of fairy walnuts and barrels, whereas the boy just gets multiple stacks of barrels, and the sprite mainly gets multiple stacks of fairy walnuts. Actually, I think the sprite initially gets barrels too. But the main thing is, it's kind of interesting how the three archetypes represent the runs as well in the inventory. The sprite mainly cares about magic revealing items with the fairy walnuts, whereas the boy mainly cares about using or usability items with the barrels, as you will soon see throughout the run. The lady is kind of something in between. It's interesting. Either way, the lady also gets her basic set of equipment here. She does in fact have a ninja suit she can buy in the Kippa village over there, which is kind of convenient. In the top left, the boy is trying to get level 2 sword along the way. That way I will be able to defeat the Tropicaler a little bit faster. The top right, I don't get a level 2 sword because my goal is to just get to the sprite as quick as possible, and leveling up the sword on the boy is not exactly useful for that. So the two triggers you need to hit in the Dwarven village in order to make the boss appear are: you upgrade your weapon at Watts, and then you go ahead and watch the theater performance. Alrighty, let's see chat real quick. So Dusty says, "I think the girl wins. Kitty Cat, since the boy takes so long and Wallface Vampire and Mana Beast, you think the girl." Alright. The sprite has to grind for the Mana Beast. And Gar says, "You're guessing the boy." Dusty's... oh, he already said that. Oh, Yagabot is stuck in the past. Yeah, actually I forgot to remove the announcement. Thank you for the heads up. That is not today. That's an interesting arrangement. I thought I was listening to the original OST. Lethlin is leaning more towards the girl. Alrighty, we'll see which one it is. No matter which one you choose, let me tell you, the times are actually surprisingly close together. Another thing may be worth noting. In both the boy solo run as well as the sprite solo run, I did equip the boy with current equipment. Those pieces of equipment will help to defeat Tropicaler slightly faster and also more safely. The Power Wrist does give you +5 strength, which is very helpful to, well, just effectively deal 5 more damage. For each character, that 5 more damage, especially at this stage in the game, is quite a big deal. However, especially for the sprite as well as the lady, which don't get a point of strength every level, as opposed to the boy who gets almost every level a 1 point of strength, they are actually heavily reliant on that additional defense right there. Because apparently I forgot to buy a helmet with the boy, I think, before I went in there. So for the lady in the bottom center, we have to go ahead and interact with the statues here in the forest. Also, this is where I finalize the inventory, set up for the lady, because this is where we can buy barrels as well as fairy walnuts at this point in the game. In the top right, the boy for the Sprite Solo Challenge run is already fighting Tropicolor, just with swings because, well, he didn't level up the weapon, as you might be able to tell. Also, I think I got a donation, which is kind of unusual, so I don't have the thing open, so give me just a moment. So Leflin would guess the girl, the Sprite, is the fastest. The Sprite has magic to carry through the majority of the game, but would struggle with the mana beast. The girl can kinda carry through most of the game with healing and such, which is probably reduces the overall need for equipment trashing, and then had Lunar Boost plus energy, or whatever it's called, for guaranteed crits late game. Indeed. All good arguments, let's put it that way. Alrighty, by the way, for the Solo Character Challenge run for the lady, she does not have to deal with the 2 werewolves, because those will only appear when she is basically being kidnapped over there. So, right there, interacting with the statues just gives her these additional dialogue boxes, which now she can go into Gaia's navel. Kind of a trigger that a lot of people don't even know about. I did not know about it until way later, let's put it that way. She also just kind of gets a little bit of experience here. We will have to hit that switch on the side here anyways at some point, so might as well just go through here right now. This gives us additional experience and also weapon levels in order to defeat the Tropicolor later. And at the top right, we are about to get the main character for the solo sprite run, the Sprite, which, unfortunately for the top right, the lowest level the boy will be able to keep at this point in the game is going to be level 3, so it's not going to be level 1 across the board for all the characters that are not the main characters, so oh well. It actually makes a little bit of a difference trying to kill off the other characters in order to not have them accidentally help, but that's kind of the main difference. Let me actually see the donation finally, I keep getting distracted. Street Skills donate $6, thank you very much. Aw, you were the first streamer I ever watched on Twitch because you played this wonderful game. Sorry for not giving back then, but I definitely owe you for how much time you saved me replaying this game. Happy Sunday. Thank you so much, Street Skills, that is really kind of you. Happy Sunday to you as well. And let me put it this way. There's no need to apologize for not giving back in any capacity. I never want to have to, well, implement anything that prevents anybody from enjoying the content. That's just kind of how I like to play. It's just, well, how it is. In the top right, what I did here in what I'm about to do is actually I'm going to equip something on the boy, and then I'm going to go ahead and equipment trash with the boy specifically in that scenario. What the equipment trashing does in that case, when I stand in this specific horizontal position, is the boy solo character actually will have the bow equipped, but also unequipped. It's a bit strange. Either way, all you need to know is that I basically can now equip the bow on multiple characters at the same time. The reason why I give all the characters I don't use the bow is because the bow is one of the more awkward weapons to use, so the chance for the AI accidentally helping out is pretty much reduced at that point. So that's kind of the main idea here. Plus, whenever characters get knocked down to the floor and then get up, if they have a melee weapon equipped, they can execute something like a get-up attack, or well, that's what I call it anyways, where they stand up and just swing wildly around them as they get up. And that can accidentally hit and kill enemies as well, so giving them a ranged weapon just entirely prevents that from happening. So the Sprite now is on his way, or on their way, to go and defeat the werewolves and get the third party member, as well as just casually knocking out the boy along the way. The top left, the solo character with the boy, now has defeated the Tropicolor successfully as well. As you might have been able to tell, it was a fair bit faster to defeat Tropicolor. And the lady, well, she's going to play catch up for a while, because she had to do all these extra things in order to be able to even get into Gaia's navel in the first place, and still needs to level up the sword to level 1 at this point as well. Also, welcome to US Seth, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Street Skills, once again for your kind words. I really appreciate those. Alrighty. Actually, thinking about it, that is an additional point here for the scale on the bottom right. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, so, as a general rule of thumb, by the way, for my solo cactus challenge speedruns, if you will, it's not necessary inherently for me to keep the other cactus at the lowest possible level. I just like doing it because it looks nice. But in case I accidentally level them up, it's not a KO scenario for that. So the sprite is now going to try and defeat the werewolves, but, well, I didn't get too lucky. Actually, I think it was a case of where I accidentally got a stab attack rather than a swing when trying to stun lock the werewolves. So there's a very easy way to deal with the werewolves if you get the correct setup. Both the boy and the sprite are going to get into that position eventually. The sprite is safe beforehand and is just going to redo it here. So let's see. Also, you might be able to tell the boy takes significantly less damage from the wolves actually hitting. There we go, the sprite already has them in correct position. So, effectively, the werewolves try to go in the direction that you are the furthest away first. So in this case, towards the sprite is towards the right side. Also, if you see the wolves move quickly, this means they are in a dash. And during the dash, the next thing they will do is try to get closer to you and attack you. However, the catch for the wolves here is that they can never get all the way close to you because they're just running in the wall the entire time. Thus they will never actually use Cure Water in this scenario here. Eventually the boy gets them in position as well, but there's some Cure Water going to happen. Also worth noting, if you actually have the boy die and the sprite talk to the lady, the boy will get revived because the only way to advance the story here is the boy has to talk with the lady in order to get her in the party. So she actually has an extra cups of wishes that she found along the way. Which, fun fact, the werewolves do actually drop cups of wishes as a common drop. So it's interesting. So, the lady has joined. I'm going to give her the same treatment as the other cactus in that run too. I'm going to equip her with a bow and then do equipment trashing to unequip the boy's bow simultaneously. That way she has the least chance to help, as well as have less defense, so she gets knocked out a little bit more easily. The solo cactus challenge run of the boy also managed to defeat the werewolves at this point. And this is probably where the boy is going to pull ahead a little bit towards the next boss at the very least. Because he, of course, has a fair bit more physical prowess, and right now we don't have any spells to work with whatsoever. Once we get spells, well, you will see what happens with the sprite, but until then, the sprite is going to be struggling just a little bit more than the other two characters. The lady is about to finally get to the Tropicolor fight, which is our second boss fight, and she's just going to use the same strategy as the boy did. Charge up the sword to level 1, attack it as soon as possible, and that's about it. By the way, before Spiky Tiger, I'm going to aim to level up the sword to level 2 on each character. This is just going to make it slightly more consistent in order to defeat the boss in the end. It's not inherently necessary on some characters, but it does help, makes it a bit safer. Especially on the sprite where we are actually having a bit of a limited supply on items. Whereas on the boy and the solo character challenge with the lady, both of these have a much greater ability to just resupply on the fly, whereas the sprite has to go and visit the shop in order to buy new items if the current ones run out. Also worth noting, the lady does 30 damage with a low damage roll, the boy did 35, so you already can see quite a bit of a difference for physical damage output with their damage rolls here. It is 41 or 40 damage for the lady on Tropicolor here, whereas it was 46 or 47 for the boy. So yeah, and that difference for physical power is only going, or the gap is only going to get wider. So yeah. Welcome to you, Menblock, I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the raid, I appreciate that. And also, everybody, if you like Secret of Mana Randomizer, maybe follow Menblock, because there's going to be a lot of randomizer all the time. Well, I say all the time, but that's just kind of what I mainly see over there. So, both the boy and the sprite are going to be just knocking out these enemies here. The boy is actually almost going to overtake the sprite just because he needs less swings in order to defeat these enemies. The sprite I actually defeat the chairs as well because I would like to get some levels rather than just weapon levels as well, which gives me just a little bit more buffer. The lady in the meantime finally has defeated Tropicalo. That is about, I think, 8 minutes after the other two were done, so she has a bit of catching up to do, but that catching up might not happen for a while. But you might also be surprised on how quick it might happen. Maybe. We'll see. Either way, in order to get past these two werewolves, as you see them on the sprite screen, I actually use a barrel, because barrels make you completely invulnerable to any physical attack. A physical attack is anything that is not specifically categorized as a spell, and a spell is anything that your characters can cast themselves in some capacity through elemental spirits. So even certain abilities like the Flame Breath from Spiky Tiger is technically categorized as physical because it's not something that your characters can use. Plus the enemies will completely ignore you if you're in a barrel, at least regular enemies will. Bosses will still attack you like normal. So there's 2 more chairs in the way, and fun fact about these 2 chairs, you cannot push them around. There's effectively each screen has a global flag set for whether you can push enemies around or characters around, or whether you cannot push them around. Because there's Eleni in the top center of the screen, which she's an NPC in the way and you have to talk to her before you can continue afterwards. Well, they made it so that you cannot push characters around, and this just kind of applies to all entities on the screen, including any chests that these chairs might drop. So the boy is the first one to get to Spiky Tiger over here. Spiky Tiger is kind of a casual player's nightmare, because this guy is genuinely not easy to deal with, and, well, it doesn't get much better with a solo character, although, to be honest, it's also not much worse, let's put it that way. As long as you know what you're doing, it's not too terribly bad, but it can go go south. So the basic gist of it is that you try to position your character in a way where, as long as Spiky Tiger is in the center area, you need to go closer to his head in order for Spiky Tiger to attempt to eat the character. The entire idea as to why is because if Spiky Tiger does not have any character in range to eat, he will either jump up high and try to land on you, which can potentially knock you unconscious, or spin around like a pinball, which also can potentially knock you unconscious. Both situations are, well, rather undesirable, let's put it this way. Also, conveniently enough, we have a nice little way of dealing with Spiky Tiger here. We're just gonna use a barrel just when Spiky Tiger is about to eat, and that barrel will avoid the damage from the eating attacks itself. Unfortunately, he still has a chance to jump up to the right or left podiums. In that case, I have to switch over to the bow in order to hit him. And, well, if he jumps back down, I have an opportunity to charge up the sword to level 2 and just do a charge attack. Worth noting, leveling up the sword as a weapon, or any weapon really, it does not inherently make the swings stronger, but it allows you to charge up the weapon. Charging up a weapon per charge level makes you deal 50% more damage from the base. So level 2 charge attack is effectively 100% more damage. Velocity, thank you. Thank you so much for 29 months of support with Twitch Prime. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. So, the sprite is going to do the same thing as the boy here, and just keep using the barrel. Worth noting, whenever you equip a barrel, while the equipment process happens, what effectively happens is you kind of imagine the characters flail the barrel around wildly while equipping it and just damage enemies around them. That's kind of pretty much what happens right there. So as long as you time your equipment barrel properly, you will be able to go ahead and do that. Worth noting in this case here for the solo character sprite challenge, I had 1 stack too few for barrels, so I had to use a bit of an alternative strategy in order to deal with Spiky Tiger because, well, there's no easy way to replenish the barrels for this character here. So I had to do it more, well, in a traditional way, which actually could have gone really bad. if Spiky Tiger decided to cast a bunch of flame breaths because I didn't have barrels to prevent that damage from happening anymore. Thankfully he did end up playing along. In the top left, the boy actually picks up the 50 gold from this chest. Wow. You would think we don't need the money, which we don't. But you need to open up that chest in order to get teleported outside. Alrighty, the sprite managed to defeat the Spiky Tiger as well, and the lady is, well, about to get there, I suppose. At this point she is reasonably fast, and she actually does have the same physical defense as the boy at this point in the game, pretty much thanks to her ninja suit giving more defense than the armor that the boy and the sprite can equip. Although I guess technically the boy has more natural defense, if you will, because of his higher physical stats growth. But that's kind of about it. So, aside from that, the lady is trying to get the sword to level 2 along the way here, as you might be able to imagine. A bit tricky against these enemies here, you don't usually want to kill them specifically. But, well, there's just not much of a better opportunity along the way. Having the cactus die just kind of more or less randomly along the way is perfectly fine for the boy here, because all you really care about is just, well, them not accidentally helping you, so my way is just try to run past. If they don't get killed, that's fine, because ghosts actually cannot run, they can only walk. So it technically saves you a little bit of time if you were to have them die inside here to the fish, because they are also being one-shot by the fish instead. Pretty much the same deal with the sprite, I just tried to get through, but, well, a lot of people probably know this, but trying to get around the corners with AI in tow, and you cannot get too far apart from each other, as in you have to stay within the camera boundary, so to speak. Otherwise you get blocked by the other characters being too far behind, is a bit tricky at times. Alrighty, in the top left you see the boy starting to work on the biting lizard, thanks to his physical attack just being significantly stronger than the sprite. You'll see that in a moment. He's just going to defeat it a fair bit faster. Worth noting that the first form of the tadpole enemy has 600 HP total, but after 300 damage it will actually go ahead and transform into the second form, the biting lizard. The biting lizard itself has 777 HP and heals itself 3 times for 150 to 170 HP each time. So, well, you have to effectively deal over 1000 damage. The sprite dealing, well, a fair bit less damage is, well, going to just take a little bit longer. But actually not that big of a deal. In the meantime, you see the lady just use the same strategy, equipping barrels. Also, one thing you may notice is I actually stopped using a specific stack of items once we dropped down to an item amount of 4 for the lady. So in Sigurd of Mana, normally you cannot get more than an item stack of 4 items, or the amount of 4 at any given point. But with equipment thrashing, I effectively increased that to 8. But once the lady drops back down to 4, she is going to try and... I did some candy barrel shenanigans. I remember. Either way, once the lady drops down to 4 for the item amount, we actually have to execute another equipment thrashing in order to restock back up to 8. The boy can wait, or has to wait, until the item stack hits an amount of 2. Technically, the sprite has to wait until the item stack hits 6 in order to replenish them along the way on the fly with equipment thrashing, but because you cannot naturally get them up to 6, my, well, rule is for that one, you just can't do it with the solo character challenge run of the sprite, because you would have to preset it up with either the lady or the boy in order to have, well, the equipment stack up to 6. So the sprite just has to keep the items however much or many they have. Alrighty, aside from that, the boy managed to defeat the biting lizard, and now we have our first elemental. The elementals allow you to cast spells of their nature. In this case, Undine allows you to cast water spells. For the lady it's going to be healing and recovery spells, as well as buffs in some other spell cases. For the sprite it's going to be offensive spells. And if you have played this game casually, you might be aware of how powerful offensive spells actually are. So this is going to speed up the sprite quite significantly, put it that way. For the lady it will mean she will have additional options to work with. For the boy, however, the boy, well, he's just going to do the same thing as always, which he does reasonably well, but he's going to get stuck in certain instances a bit more than you might expect. You'll see. In the meantime, the lady almost caught up to the sprite, which is still dealing with the biting lizard. Oh, finally, the biting lizard has been defeated. Alrighty. Worth noting, by the way, in order to travel via cannon travel, you have to revive the other cactus. They cannot stay dead in order to be able to use the cannon travel, well, services. And initially, the original solo cactus ones I did where I wasn't allowing additional cannon travels unless they were absolutely necessary, because it kind of uses the other cactus as well, but in the end I decided it's more for convenience that I'm just not going to go through with that. I just cannon travel whenever necessary and just revive them in order to do so, which just makes it simpler overall. I think that kind of makes sense. Similarly, in order to level buff spells, I'm actually going to allow the lady later to cast spells on her allies, just kind of to speed up the process a little bit, because it doesn't really have much of a value at all if I were to just, well, not do that. Alrighty, top left you see the sprite actually use the spell on an orb. This opens up the entrance to the Earth Temple. And that's kind of important because, well, the sprite doesn't exactly get used otherwise, but this is kind of like a fancy key, if you will. Not really much of a way into the Earth Temple without doing this, so we just have to, well, activate it. In the top right you can actually see the sprite taking his time, or taking their time, to start leveling up spells. So in order to level up a spell up to the next level, you have to cast the spell a total of 12 times in order to go from level 0 to level 1. Also, level 1 is currently the limit until we seal the Mana Seed of Earth. So while the sprite will be able to just absolutely demolish bosses and not have nearly as much trouble as the lady and the boy with them, it does require a little bit of preparation time that does cost us, well, some time investment, let's put it that way. And characters, hello and welcome, hope you're doing well. Alrighty, the boy is about to enter the arena with the Fire Gigas. Worth noting, you have to revive the sprite before entering this cutscene, otherwise the game will tell you, hey, we probably should take care of them before we come here. Which, funnily enough, they don't care about the lady being dead or the boy being dead, they just only care about the sprite being dead. Mainly because the sprite has to attack the gnome during the thing. Either way, the basic strategy is we charge up the sword to level 2, hit the Fire Gigas whenever possible, and this is going to be very important for both the solo cactus challenge run with the lady as well as the boy, well, technically also with the sprite. But Lava Wave here, as well as Exploder and Fireball, all three spells would normally hit all three cactus at the same time. What this means gameplay-wise for us is that for any cactus that gets hit by a spell while the other two cactus are dead, he will take a bit more than 3 times as much damage as the developers intended. Consequently, instead of taking, what was it, like 75 damage from the spells, which is already quite a lot, we take like 200. We do not have 200 HP. So, unless I somehow manage to deny the spell damage, it is not exactly reasonable or possible to survive, let's put it that way. So, the way actually the boy is preventing the damage from these spells is after the spell hits right here and before the damage applies, there's a very small window of opportunity to open up your menu and use an item on your character. Using an item on a character that is currently getting hit by a spell will prevent the damage from the spell occurring entirely, which is very convenient for this category because otherwise the boy would have to grind here for quite a long time in order to proceed. Well, realistically anyways. So that is pretty much exactly what I'm doing right here, with the boy anyways. Now worth noting, that window of opportunity is really small to just kind of open up your menu just in time. However, the boy is pretty consistent being able to open up the menu in time. However, you actually have slightly less time to open up your menu, like the window of opportunity is smaller for the lady and the sprite. That is because of how the game operates on like a frame cycle, where it just kind of animates and checks button inputs for the boy first, and then on the next frame it will check the button inputs and animations etc. for the lady and the sprite. Then on the third frame it is for enemies 1, 2 or something like that. On the next frame it's for the next enemy, then there's one more frame for cleanup operations. Effectively I think the game runs on a 5-frame cycle. So that is convenient in the sense that most things in Secret of Mana are not even remotely frame perfect. So usually you have like a leeway of 4 to 5 frames in order to try and input. Which by the way, 1 frame is 1/60th of a second. So 5 frames effectively is... oh dear. A 1/12th of a second, which is like, I don't know, a lot more generous than a frame perfect trick would be, let's just put it this way. So the sprite is about to head over to the Fire Gigas while the boy is still fighting the thing, and the lady actually already entered the Earth Temple, so she did catch up quite a bit at this point. She didn't have to level spells like the sprite had. She will be using a slightly different tactic than the boy in order to survive though. The boy already killed the Fire Gigas finally here, so well, he can now continue. Again, if you get hit by a spell at any point, you will die from the Fire Gigas unless you grind really high up. It is possible to grind that high up, within reason, for this boss here anyways, but for later ones, well, not as reasonable anymore unfortunately. Which is why it becomes more important to just deny damage entirely via the use of items. For the sprite here, you can see each one of the spellcasts of Freeze level 1 does about 200 damage. I believe I need an additional spellcast afterwards because the Fire Gigas has 850 HP, so the damage is not quite enough. So I have to replenish the MP for the sprite with a Fairy Walnut. Actually, I'm using a charge attack. That's just barely enough. Oh well. So the sprite, you may have noticed, killed the Fire Gigas way faster. And that is the power of the sprite just kind of nuking bosses with spells. And let me tell you, that is not really going to stop anytime soon. The sprite is effectively going to pull ahead and be ahead for quite a long time here. But there will be a time where the sprite will not be able to do that as easily anymore anyways. So you will get to see that. It might take a while though, if you don't know yet. Neostur, thank you. Thank you so much for 17 months of support with Twitch Prime. I really appreciate it. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. So the lady is effectively using the same strategy as the solo character challenge run with the boy here. The one difference she has is she has spells. But if you ever try to do a solo character challenge run, it is way easier to do with the lady than it is with the boy. So the boy has to rely on opening up the menu in that brief window of opportunity between the spell animation and the spell actually dealing damage. However, the lady can just cast a spell prematurely on herself, which entirely denies the damage, because while you're casting a spell in this game, you are invulnerable for the duration, as well as the spell in the end hitting yourself, like Remedy here, will just on top of it deny any spell that came before it as well. so she kind of has 2 layers of protection while casting Remedy on herself. So that helps quite a bit, to say the least. It effectively reduces the amount of precision you have to execute. Again, she can technically do the same strategy as the boy with opening the menu, but because it's just not as reliable, since the window of opportunity is just slightly smaller, using just healings or remedy spells on yourself makes more sense in my opinion. You might also wonder, why are you not using Frost Saber on the lady in order to deal more damage to the boss? So the Frost Saber actually does not increase your damage by much against the the Fire Gigas anyways. The reason for this is that Elemental Sabers do not actually deal elemental damage. The Fire Gigas of course being weak to ice, because he gets absolutely destroyed by the sprite casting a bunch of well, frost spells, as you might be able to tell. Well, unfortunately the Ice Saber does not deal additional damage ice-based. It does deal actually slightly more damage, like your base weapon damage is increased by 1 or 2 attack points at level 0 or something like that. I don't have the number in my head. Like, you would deal about 1 or 2 more damage if you had the ice weapon. But for the most part, I just don't really think that is all that, well, relevant, since it only has like 4 attacks before the weapon spell runs out, and I'd rather use the spells in order to keep her alive during the fight, so she doesn't use too much MP. Why would they? Fun fact, there is a flag in the game's code that actually enables well, disables the elemental weapons dealing elemental damage, if I'm not mistaken. And conversely also there is code for you dealing extra damage to certain enemy types. So for example, I think there's the insect killer weapon somewhere that is supposed to deal extra damage against insects. It does not actually do that as the game advertises. It literally is just, it just doesn't do anything. But there is code for that in the game for it to actually work. It just, well, doesn't work, let's put it that way. By the way, if you have any more questions, right now is probably an excellent opportunity, because I think I've covered most of the bases, unless I, well, forgot something. So if there's something that you would like to know, even if you might say you just came in a little bit earlier, feel free to just ask, even if it's something I may have explained earlier already. So yeah. Story progress-wise, we are visiting the Pandora Ruins here on the end of the boy as well as the sprite, where we're going to face off against the wall face. So the boy and the lady actually are going to use the axe weapon here. I specifically upgraded the axe because it has a swing attack, which is, well, a wide arc, kind of like the sword attack has, except that it deals very, very slightly more damage. Since I will not have time to actually charge up a weapon during this boss fight anyways, it just makes more sense to switch over to the axe for each individual attack instead. And hey, the lady already managed to defeat the Fire Gigas without any trouble. Not particularly fast, but that's just kind of the nature of her run, let's put it that way. The sprite is about to head over to the wall face fight as well. So, the way the wall face works, it has 3 parts to it, as you probably can see. The center eye in the middle. Wow, redundancy, that's a difficult word. Redundancy, Department of Redundancy here. Either way, the center eye is effectively the main wall. That is the one you want to kill in order to defeat the boss entirely. However, there's a bit of a problem about that. The eye on the left casts Cure Water on the center eye 1 in 3 times every time it gets to take an action. So we want to kill the eye on the left so it doesn't heal the center all the time. If you get lucky, you actually can defeat the eye in the center before the eye on the right runs out of magic. The eye on the right is casting either Freeze or Energy Absorb. Either spell costs 2 MP each time it casts. So it doesn't deal a whole lot of damage because the target is always single target. So even if we do get hit by the eye on the right, we will survive the attacks. So it's not that big of a deal on that end. It's just annoying because the animations of the eye are going to completely prevent us from doing anything until we deny the damage. Or, well, we just get hit and then heal up afterwards, but that's even slower than just denying the damage. Redundant. I see. So, on the other end, on the top right, the sprite has Gnome as an elemental weapon. What this means is the wall face is actually weak to earth magic. So the sprite, just conveniently enough, has enough MP to knock out the wall face in just a few gem missiles here. And this will absolutely nuke through the wall face before it can even reasonably heal at any useful degree at all. So the sprite just nukes the thing and it's gone. That's pretty much it. And that's kind of the story of how the sprite deals with bosses. It is somewhat dangerous at times to deal with bosses in a head-on way, because when you have to recover your MP, you are in a little bit of danger, let's put it that way. So, two more things about the wall face. The eye in the center, all it does is it heals or it revives an eye that has not yet been or has been killed. One revive or revivifier costs 10 MP, and each one of the eyes has 99 MP individually. They don't share an MP pool, unfortunately. That would be very convenient. Either way, consequently, the eye on the left can get revived up to 9 times. And usually will get revived 9 times before, well, it stays dead, so to speak. And you might be wondering, why don't you just kill both eyes? Well, if you kill both eyes, then the wall goes into a special phase, pun not intended, where it will just gradually move further and further down on the screen. And when it reaches the bottom, there are spikes there and you instantly die. Like, you don't even take damage, you're just dead. And there's no way we have enough damage to kill the center eye before it would just kind of squish us to death right there. So, well, the more reasonable approach is unfortunately just killing the left eye over and over and over again, and more or less ignoring the right eye until it is mostly out of magic at that point. The sprite on the top right actually has to take some detours rather than going straight for the next boss fight. And the reason for this is because we want to preserve the fairy walnuts that we have in our inventory. So the sprite has multiple stacks of fairy walnuts in his inventory. Worth noting that while buying fairy walnuts, you can only refresh the very first stack in your inventory rather than all of them. And consequently, in order for me to restock or buy more fairy walnuts, I have to specifically use up the first stack in the inventory of fairy walnuts, and it cannot drop below 1 because, well, if it drops to 0, the stack is just gone, and you would start needing to use the next stack. Effectively, the fairy walnuts in the stacks 2, 3, and 4 are mostly just backup rather than intended for use. So they are used when I'm lacking just a little bit of magic and I don't have enough fairy walnuts in the stack of 4 in the first slot anymore. That's kind of the short version. But also consequently means I have to make a pit stop here at Nico in order to buy more fairy walnuts at times. Which is, well, unfortunately rather necessary, let's put it that way. Pizza. Yep, the sprite is called Pizza. The boy is still whacking away on the wall face. The lady actually caught up to him, curiously enough. But let me tell you, she's not exactly going to catch up much more than that at all, because she has lower physical damage output. It is sometimes possible for the boy to kill the center eye before the eye on the right runs out of magic, just because he deals good damage, and if you get lucky with not too much healing from the left eye, well, you can kill it. The lady just does straight up not deal enough damage for that to be a possibility. So she will consequently just run the eye on the right out of her magic, and eventually just be able to just swing until you're done. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. The wall face ironically, despite being a wall, is the first boss who has actual evasion. Which means, at this point in the game, it's about a 40% chance for your attacks to miss. Even though you clearly connect with your swing hitbox with the face, it just misses anyways, because the game decides so. Unfortunately, the game is really bad about giving you feedback about you missing or, well, not hitting, I suppose. But that's just kind of how it works, unfortunately. Probably one of the things that is, I feel like, objectively not so great about the game. It just doesn't give you proper feedback about, hey, you should probably not worry about whether you hit the enemy or not. Because when I was a kid, I would actually use the spear or the bow, specifically on the ball face, because I felt like, okay, if the arrow or projectile sticks, it probably hits. I didn't realize the concept of the game just deciding, hey, you don't hit right now, because evasion is a thing. Since I figured, I'm just connecting with, I must be missing my swing or something like that. But no, it's just the game about 40% of the time deciding that you don't hit. Not now. And sign up Thank you so much for the cheer, Emmett. Thank you so much for 5, 100, 400, 550 bits. I really appreciate those. You may have awoken the rabbis a little bit more here. Thank you very much. Alrighty. So, the sprite is about to engage in the next battle with the next boss in Kilroy. Kilroy does not have any particular weakness in magic, and so we just use the most efficient, powerful spell that we have in Freeze. Freeze has an attack power of 92 baseline, if I'm not mistaken, and it gets multiplied somewhat with magic power, as well as there's some high and low damage rolls. Either way, the idea is that we want to just keep casting Freeze at this guy because it is significantly more powerful than the sprite's physical damage output. It's not going to be as fast to defeat this boss here, or the next one for that matter, because they don't have a particular elemental weakness we can take advantage of, but it is still way faster than just hitting them with a weapon. We have to recover our MP twice during the fight, however, as you might be able to tell. So just keep casting Freeze and Freeze and Freeze. Also, if you get Moogled, you cannot cast spells anymore. Also, I will need to look for more music. Is there an OC remix, like complete album on YouTube? Does anybody know that? Maybe that would be a good way to continue this. Alrighty, Sprite already defeated Kilroy while the boy and the lady are still fighting against the wall face. That's just one of the more absurd boss fights in the entire game, if you try to do it as a solo character that is not specifically the Sprite. Also for the boy, I think, yeah, the eye and the right actually run out of magic on the boy's end, so I just start using the sword with regular swings and charge attacks alternating, because that just happens to be a good rhythm when you can hit the eye in the center. The eye in the center does close, and when it's closed you can no longer hit it with physical attacks, which is, I suppose, mildly obvious. Which is also kind of obfuscating the concept that you do in fact, well, have a chance to miss rather than always being able to hit, or you just hit when the eye is not open or anything like that. And just keep swinging. So, something that I actually did not realize until way later, even after I started speedrunning this game. The higher level you are, the more agility you have on the characters, which makes sense, right? Now the thing is, if you have higher agility, your charge bar at the bottom, where your stamina comes up as well as your charge bar comes up, you actually increase the charge bar or stamina bar quicker the more agility you have. That is not necessarily something I even knew about for quite a long time, which I think is quite interesting to think about. Because over the course of the game, it's such a gradual increase in you just recharge slightly faster and faster and faster that I didn't notice for the longest time until Stinger told me at some point. But yeah. Also, I'm using the inns on the sprite more frequently, or well, at all, compared to the other characters, because defeating bosses in the original game version here, which by the way, I'm playing this on a Super Nintendo Mini, which is the exact same version that you have on the Mana Collection on the Switch, as well as the exact same version as the one you have for the Super Nintendo cartridge that was released in the Americas. So just as a heads up, I guess. But yeah, the sprite just recovers MP, so we don't have to worry about using an additional Fairy Walnut. Although, probably just buying a Fairy Walnut, using it, and then, well, going on, it might be faster anyways. So, the boy here is actually taking a bit of a detour that the sprite didn't take earlier, and he is going to get an additional Sword Orb as well as an additional Spear Orb to use, well, now pretty much. When I was a kid, I remembered having the Spear level 3 because specifically Spear level 3 allows you to stun enemies with a balloon attack at a high probability whenever you hit them, and I never remembered as to why I didn't find that Spear Orb anymore. It happens to be here in Pandora Castle, so yeah, just kind of a little history, I guess. So, one thing worth noting is I do want to save frequently for solo character runs that are not necessarily supposed to be like the fastest of the fast speedruns. Obviously, if you try to go for an absolute greatest record, you would never want to save and just go for it. But these are more like casual challenge run, speedrun type thingies. So there's a bunch of saving in here. Because coming up here for the sprite is the Jabberwocky, before the boy even arrived at Kilroy. Jabberwocky is actually not weak to gnome spells, as in it's not weak to earth. However, it is resistant to water or ice, which is why we don't use freeze in this instance here. Gem Missile is actually weaker on a baseline than freeze or earth slide, but relatively speaking, you gain more damage per MP invested if you use Gem Missile over using Earth Slide. Earth Slide has the same baseline attack power as Freeze as a spell. However, it does cost 3 MP instead of just 2. Gem Missile only costs 2, so it's just more efficient to spam Gem Missiles, so you don't have to recover your MP as frequently in the end. The music is over. Figure of Mana OC Remix. Let's hope these are some good projects here. Hopefully not too loud. Feel free to tell me when the music is too loud. So these are going to be Secret of Mana remixes from OC Remix, which is a reasonably well-known like video game remix website, let's put it that way. The boy now upgraded his sword as well as spear. So, as mentioned before, the spear actually has slightly higher... Oh, just real quick. Jabberwocky decided to heal against the sprite. That is very unlucky if that happens. Because if he heals for more than half of his maximum HP, over 500 HP. That's a ridiculous amount of health regained there. He also only heals once he's below half HP, and he does not heal particularly frequently. In fact, it's very rare that you see the Jabberwocky even heal at all. It's kind of silly. So I believe he might even heal twice during the sprite solo fight here, just because getting unlucky sometimes is really unlucky. Nice, Lefty. So the boy upgrades to the spear level 3 as well as the sword level 3. I don't care about leveling up the spear, however, for regular swing attacks, it is very slightly stronger than the sword, plus it does have more range. So from here on out, pretty much every boss will have evasion, with one exception, which is going to be the Great Viper later, so there's just going to be always that 40% chance that we just straight up miss. Throughout the game, once we level up a bit higher, the chance will decrease to like 35%, 30% once we have enough agility to mitigate it a little bit, but well, that's not going to be until later. Right now, whenever the boy swings, trust me, I do hit this guy, even from as far away as I seem to swing. It's just evasion that has a decently high chance to miss. Also, Kilroy goes onto his unicycle wheel here whenever he drops below half HP. Further, whenever Kilroy casts Lunar Boost, he will actually no longer have evasion. So, in fact, that is the best thing that can happen for the solo character challenge run for the boy as well as the lady. If he decides to cast Lunar Boost, you will guarantee hit your next attack until the buff runs out, which is very convenient. In the meantime, for the lady, the wolf face on, well, the eye on the right has now run out of magic, so well, she can now just slowly start to whittle down the maximum HP here. Alrighty, and that is Kilroy done for the boy. Before the lady even finished Wolfface. She's going to catch up, trust me. It might just take a while, let's put it this way. So for the sprite, we're actually going to have two goals here. One is we have to talk with one of the Moogles here in order to advance the story a little bit. But more importantly, with the sprite we will actually want to return back to Gaia's navel after defeating Jabberwocky, which allows us to get a Mitch Mallet item. The Mitch Mallet allows us to, well, pygmy our characters, like make them tiny people, so to speak, even smaller than the sprite already is. That allows us to cast spells significantly faster than before. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the developers decided that they removed the cannon travel option to Gaia's navel rather than the one towards the Water Palace, when they change up the cannon travel so you can proceed further in the story. So we have to kind of take a roundabout way to the upper lands and then over to Gaia's navel rather than flying there directly. Still faster than walking though. The boy is now heading over to the Water Palace to defeat Jabberwocky. With all the characters I'm going to save at Nikos before I even engage Jabberwocky, because Jabberwocky, unlike previous bosses, he has absolutely no visual cue as to when he is about to cast spells. So specifically Acid Rain normally would cast on your entire party, and kind of like with the Fire Gigas earlier, if the sprite, if you get hit with a solo character with Acid Rain, you will take about, I don't know, 350, 400 damage. We do not have that much HP, so we would die. And because there's no visual cue as to when that might happen, I might be in the middle of an animation or unable to open up the menu otherwise, so I might just be completely unable to deny the damage because of that. Which is why, because this is a bit of a casual type speedrun here, I save with every character before getting to Jabberwocky. Also, the lady finally managed to defeat Warface. That is by far the slowest battle for her in the entire game. That is actually not true for the sprite or the boy. They will have slower battles in the future. Either way, she's also about to go and grab the sword as well as spear orb in the Pandora Castle. These will help her deal more damage in, well, the near future here, even if it's still not as much as the boy does. She has more physical prowess than the sprite. She's, as I said, more of a cleric, rather than a priest, if you will, as a healer or support character, so she does have decent physical stats, it's just not as strong as the boy. Hello! I like the little guy. So the sprite now has picked up the Minch Mallet and is about to head over back to the upper land so we can proceed further in the story at that point. The boy is about to engage Jabberwocky. So, you might have seen earlier the lady actually use a bit of a strange trick to deal a ton of damage to Spiky Tiger. Well, Spiky Tiger is very inconsistent, so I don't usually do it. I was just kind of more of an experiment when I did that. I use a healing item like the chocolate here, and then I use a barrel right after, before the healing animation plays. And then, for whatever reason, when you do the barrel attack, which, whenever you equip a barrel, you actually do hit all the enemies around you for a bit of damage, just a regular swing, so to speak. Well, it just attacks like 5 times very quickly with 100% stamina charge. I don't know why that happens, but it does happen. And Jabberwocky is one of the few bosses where you can actually stack damage, like as in hit him multiple times and it just keeps adding up the damage during its animation. Most bosses during their hurt animation are invulnerable to getting hit more by physical weapons, so you see it is very rarely being used against most enemies and bosses for that matter. So using a fairy walnut, then use a barrel, and this is what I call the candy barrel. So the barrel's attack hitbox is very strange, by the way. If you face left or right, the barrel hitbox is kind of like a line under your character's model. If you face up or down, the attack hitbox of a barrel is pretty much a tiny hitbox in the center of the character, so you have to be standing virtually on top of the enemy, which is convenient because Jabberwocky has a super janky hitbox that extends well below its feet, so it's pretty easy to arrange that there. And you might have been able to see Jabberwocky died pretty quick to that candy barrel strategy. We did deal quite a bit of damage, so in fact that fight might have been faster than what the sprite had to deal with overall. Also the sprite here upgrading, or well, restocking back on Fairy Walnut as well as Cups of Wishes for canon travel purposes, and also saving before engaging against the Gigantic Chicken. Because the Gigantic Chicken, like Jabberwocky, like Fire Gigas, normally the spells hit all characters. If a solo character gets hit, we will die, and that's just how it is. There's obviously a chance to deny the damage, especially while the sprite is casting the spell and the sprite spell hasn't been unleashed yet. They will be immune to any spell that might get or hit them while they are casting the spell, specifically while they are casting the spell before the casting is complete. That is when they are immune. That is kind of a notable distinction, because the animation of the spell or the projectiles of the spells might still fly around, but the sprite might still take damage after that if the enemy spell hits the sprite, well, after that gets initiated. I really like this remix, it's a good one. Alrighty, so Springbeak here has about, I think, 740 HP. I could actually pull up my Figure of Mana spreadsheet in order to actually verify these things. However, Springbeak is weak to Earth Magic. So just one rotation of spells for the sprite will absolutely destroy Springbeak, which he's never going to survive that. So, well, the sprite has a super easy time dealing with the Springbeak. The boy will actually struggle a fair bit more in comparison. So there's that. But then again, I suppose at this point you probably expect that. The sprite just nukes the bosses and has no trouble with them, whereas the other characters might struggle a fair bit more overall. So the boy actually will also have to deal with these pebblers. Those are like the little hedgehog thingies, the blue ones, with regular weapon attacks. And annoyingly enough, the Pebblers have the same evasion as bosses. A lot of regular enemies actually at this point now will have evasion as well, rather than just bosses. So 40% of the time, you will just not hit, even though your, well, attack clearly goes over them. Thankfully, the Balloon Spear will also stun lock them in place as long as you don't miss too many times, so that helps too. Lady managed to defeat Kilroy, and soon we'll get to deal with Jabberwocky too. Falling further and further behind the boy, and a lot further behind the sprite, as you might expect. His remix is a bit loud, good to know. Thank you. I should probably try an audio compressor for this one, hang on. Alright. In theory, the music should now no longer get too loud in comparison to my voice. If it's too loud right now, please tell me, because then I need to adjust it a bit further. But this way, with an audio compressor, it should just kind of keep the spikes in check. That's the theory anyways. Evowoon, thank you. Thank you very much for 17 months of support with Twitch Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for your returned effort, or not returned effort, your repeated effort of using Twitch Prime here. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Good for you right now. Alrighty, thank you, Leffy. So, the boy also has upgraded the bow in order to deal with Springbeak here in just a moment. So, if you try to defeat Springbeak with weapons rather than just spells, there's actually a bit of a catch to defeating Springbeak, and that catch is it loves to use, well, it has a shield. In fact, the entire beak of Springbeak is a shield, and if you use any weapon that hits the shield before it hits the main body, or even at the same time as it hits the body, it will actually completely prevent any damage. So in order to circumvent that issue, we use projectile weapon as the bow. The bow will actually allow us to effectively, well, circumvent the shield, because it usually, the projectile sticks into the body and thus it doesn't travel further in order to also hit the shield, if that makes sense. Also, weapon hitboxes of the spear, sword, axe, and the bare knuckles are actually enlarged during boss fights, so the chance of you hitting that beak shield is increased. You need to stand surprisingly far away. So just upgrading the bow to level 3 is the more reasonable way. Plus, Springbeak likes to sometimes hop onto these podiums on the left and the right, which means you couldn't hit him with melee weapons anyway due to the elevation difference. Again, these thunderbolts will kill the boy. Now the boy here actually has a little bit more trouble to deal with the Springbeak than the lady. The reason is the balloon spell the Springbeak sometimes casts, and also did cast at the very beginning of the battle here. Because balloon makes you unable to do anything. It's effectively a stun for like 12 or 16 seconds, I don't remember. And, well, if you can't do anything for 16 seconds, you can't exactly open up your menu in order to deny damage further from the boss. Which means if it casts balloon on us, we just hope that it doesn't cast a spell afterwards. The lady will have a different method of preventing the balloon from being that much of an issue, by casting Remedy on herself, which automatically removes any negative status effect. So that will be her weapon to combat that. The boy just has to hoop, that's kind of it. It's kind of rare for it to cast balloon in the first place, as well as then specifically cast another spell right after, but well, it happens. And in case you're wondering, you can only prevent the damage portion of spells by opening up the menu and using an item, but the status effects will pretty much always take place. Hello. So the sprite on the top right is now starting to level up Sylph. Leveling up elemental spells and attack powers is kind of a major part of the run. On top of that, leveling up the sprite's regular level is also kind of a big deal, because this allows us to... Oh, I remember what happens here. Leveling up the sprites at regular level is also kind of a big deal here, because the higher level the sprite is, the more maximum MP they have, which also consequently means we have to refill our MP less frequently. So, pretty convenient. And the boy actually is already within one boss fight of the sprite here again, because the sprite takes its time to, well, level spells. Also, I don't know whether that already happened, but I think the sprite actually died to an unfortunate series of attacks to these enemies here, so it lost a few minutes to that, which might be significant in the end, let's put it this way. So the boys just sealed the Mana Seed of Wind, the third Mana Seed, which, by the way, you might think that, hey, sealing the Mana Seeds doesn't really do anything for the boy, does it? It just increases the level of spells you can cast. Well, it's not entirely accurate. So, whenever you seal a Mana Seed, it allows you to, well, level up your spells one stage higher, which is kind of a big deal for both the lady as well as the sprite, as you might expect. But also, the Mana Seeds are not just a plot device, they also increase your physical prowess, they increase your defense a little bit, they increase your damage a little bit, they increase your magic power a little bit, everything just gets improved by a little bit. So, you don't technically have to seal the Mana Seed of Earth or Mana Seed of Wind, you can literally just walk away from them, the game never notices, it never checks for them, but well, you kind of want them anyways, you want any advantage you can get in a solo character challenge run. So that's why we just kind of take the little hit for an additional cutscene and go for that. The boy in the top left is about to start leveling up to sword to level 3. That is actually in preparation for the boss after the next one, in order to be able to defeat that boss a little bit quicker than before. So the lady has managed to defeat the Jabberwocky, and she's now almost in the same area as the boy, except that, well, she's going to actually make the same detour as the sprite earlier and grab the Midge Mallet. Again, Midge Mallet allows us to cast spells quicker, and especially controlling the character that is Pigmeat allows us to have effectively the same benefit as if you were to use your partner menu and chain cast spells. A lot of people are probably familiar with that, but effectively, the thing that prevents you from casting spells quicker is actually your animation, not any other cooldown. It's literally just the animation that is shortened by the use of the Midge Mallet, so we can recast spells consecutively more quickly and just chain cast spells while controlling the character itself directly, which is why the Midge Mallet is such a big deal, especially for solo character challenge runs. The mix is really good. I'm actually gonna post a playlist in the chat here if you'd like to know which ones these are exactly. I have to admit I'm not entirely paying attention to the music, but that way at least you can know which song this might be. Well, thank you, Tepik. I appreciate your kind words. Alrighty, the sprite is now about to head over to the next boss. The boy did actually catch up quite a bit. Well, he would have anyways if he didn't have to level a weapon here. But also I dare to say that is mainly because the sprite accidentally died in the grind a little bit earlier. Oh well. Stuff happens, this is why we save reasonably frequently. Also here, these little owl enemies, whenever they confuse you / silence you, which by the way is the same status effects in this game, it both silences and confuses you. Whenever they do that, they will start hunting down that character and attack actually up to 5 times per second. So if you don't have enough physical defense to prevent the damage entirely, you might actually just get knocked out and comboed by these guys really fast. It's kind of mean if you ask me. So the sprite has less physical defense than the boy, and consequently I also just cast a spell on them just to prevent them from nuking the sprite, so to speak. Speaking of nuking the sprite, I'll sometimes do that too. But convenient enough, I wanted to pick me the sprite anyways before entering the boss fight, so that's just a good opportunity to deny the damage. Again, you can deny damage with the sprite and the lady as well, it's just not nearly as consistent. So Great Viper here is weak to wind damage, but let's put it this way, we use Air Blast, which is a very awkward spell to try and chain spells with. The reason why it's so awkward is because after the spell is completed, the little projectiles actually have to reach the enemy, and during that period of time, while you're still stuck there until the wind blades, all three of them hit, you're actually vulnerable to enemy attacks, which is kind of a bit of a problem, because Great Viper does a lot of physical damage, and while you're Pigmid, you actually lose 3/4 of your physical defense. So that is, well, kind of a big deal, let's put it that way. So yeah. Also, you might be wondering why you're using Air Blast instead of Thunder. Well, the reason is pretty simple. Pretty much the exact same reason why I use Gem Missile instead of Earth Slide. Thunder does have the same attack power as Freeze, but costs literally twice as much, 4 MP. Air Blast only costs 2 MP, and proportionally, you get a lot more out of each MP point if you use Air Blast instead of Thunder. Thunder would deal more damage, and it's also more convenient to chain cast and survive, but yeah, it's a little bit trickier to do these things. Also, I time my spell cast, so I'm in the middle of the initial portion of the cast before the snake actually rolls over the sprite here. And I just realized there was another sound, but I didn't see anything in chat. Oh boy. Raph, thank you. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. With a comment, you're the best. No, I don't think so, but thank you so much. I'm glad you think so. But yeah, thank you so much, Raph, that is really kind of you. And that actually increases our number by 4. Whoop. Rabbits are going to go more and more crazy in the bottom right here. Unfortunately, there's a limit until they are exhausted. So, earlier with the solo character challenge run of both the boy and the sprite, we actually picked up the chest in the Thieves' Hideout, or well, their underground ship. I don't even know how that's supposed to work, or their underground factory? I don't know. Either way, it allows us to now upgrade the whip to level 3 after grabbing that chest in that factory, as well as the additional whip orb that Gemma gives you, so it's a level 3 whip now. The whip is not as strong as the sword or the spear, however it is effectively a long-range melee attack that allows us to hit the Great Viper from, well, a much more safe distance, let's put it that way. That is actually kind of a big deal. Also, the boy has a little bit of trouble here reviving the sprite and getting the spell to cast to open up the passage forward. A bit awkward, but oh well. Not much we can do about that sometimes. But yeah, fun fact, you cannot hit the Great Viper with projectiles, as in the bow attacks, the boomerang attacks, as well as the javelin attacks. None of them work if you try to hit the Great Viper with projectiles. It just does not connect. It's going to be the same deal with Vampire later. It just doesn't hit the bosses. It's something about how the layers are structured, as in the background layers. I don't entirely understand the reasoning behind it. I just know you can't use a bow or so. To be fair, I would probably use the whip anyways. It's an easier weapon to use than the bow or the boomerang. Then again, I would probably use also the javelin, maybe? Javelin's actually really good to attack enemies quickly with as well. So, yeah. However, does not work. In the meantime, the lady is about to fight the Springbeak here. And the Springbeak is pretty interesting. Kind of like, it's pretty much the exact same fight as the boy, except that whenever the Springbeak casts a spell, I'm going to cast Remedy with the lady before the spell hits. Once again, while you're casting a spell, you're immune to any consequences, or at least damage anyways. And also, if she ever gets hit by a balloon or silence spell, thanks to her casting Remedy on herself, that status effect is immediately removed as well. So, as long as I play it properly, the lady will never die to Springbeak. As opposed to the boy who just has a chance to get ballooned and then nuked by a spell. The sprite is, well, now has arrived in the desert. This is actually kind of a bit of a different route than both the sprite, the lady and the boy are going to take in terms of routing. Because the sprite can easily take care of the mech rider coming up with little to no trouble whatsoever. So you just go for the more efficient route that is objectively faster, so to speak. I'm gonna explain as to why later, once we get to that point. Hopefully anyways, I don't forget. Either way, we have to collect the sprite again, and worth noting, the sprite actually covers all MP during this time when they are removed from your party briefly. So the boy is struggling, or well, taking a little bit longer against the Great Viper, because I also have to pay attention to Gem Missile spellcast as well as not getting comboed by the snake. But surprisingly, it's not that much slower than the sprite, just because using Sylph spells is pretty awkward and inefficient, unfortunately. Still, well, a bit faster, I suppose. Alrighty, Sprite is back in the party in the top right, and already pigmin him in preparation for dealing with the boss coming up. The next boss for the Sprite Mech Rider does not have any particular elemental weakness, so we just use the most efficient spell we have, which is Freeze. Freeze has the highest base damage and the lowest MP cost in comparison. There's actually only one other spell that can compare to the amount of power Freeze provides, as well as the low mana cost, and that spell is... I forget what it's called, it's from Shade. Shade spell that costs 2 MP actually has the same base power as Freeze, and it does not cost nearly as much. Well, it costs the same as Freeze, but not nearly as much as other spells. The unfortunate part is that you get Shade so late that it's largely not as useful. Also, the sprite stays still here a little bit. This allows the mech rider to just run over the lady and the boy in order for the sprite to start nuking him while they are already knocked out. There's not exactly much of a method of knocking them out before the boss fight, so just have to do it during the boss fight. Mech Rider has under 1000 HP. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. Great Viper was the last boss who did not have evasion, which means every time I hit as long as my weapon connects with the head. Mech Rider is the last boss who has less than 1000 HP. Great Viper already had more than 1000 earlier. So yeah, that's kind of all there is to this. I use up the remaining MP on the sprite. The Mech Rider is already done, but I'm casting more spells with the sprite just to level up the spells towards their next level. Currently the maximum level for the sprite spells is level 3, having sealed the mana seed of water, earth as well as wind. Freeze already reached maximum level, so there was no point in continuing to cast Freeze at that point. Ah, Dark Force is the spell from Shade, thank you. Music is overpowering my voice. Alrighty, I toned it down. Thank you for the heads up. I hope this is more reasonable now. I did put in a compressor, but I might not have configured it properly. I didn't think about this beforehand, unfortunately. Alrighty, the reason why the boy goes to the ice country first is because this allows him to already equip the better equipment right here before having to face any enemies or bosses. Since the sprite doesn't really care about defense anyways, with being Pigmit, he would take a tremendous damage right one way or another if I ever get hit. And nuking the bosses is just faster, well, we just go the more efficient way. The reason why going to the desert is more efficient, even though you have to go to the desert, over to the ice country and back to the desert, in order to go from the ice country over to the desert, if you go to the ice country first, you actually have to go via Matango. The reason for this is because effectively the part where you get lost in the desert can only... well, that event can only get initiated if you take the cannon travel from Matango. Consequently, if you try to cannon travel directly from the ice country over to Matango, you have to go from the ice country directly over to the desert. Before having been to the desert, the cannon travel guy will just tell you he does not have enough gunpowder. In the bottom center, the lady is also starting to level up the sword towards level 3 for the same reason as the boy. That is in order to deal with Boreal Phase, which is actually about to come up for the boy here. Curious enough, it almost looks like the boy is slightly ahead of the sprite, but let me tell you, that is not exactly going to stay that way. Not for long anyways. So these wolves here are actually really strong and also pretty dangerous. The sprite doesn't exactly care which weapon they're using. You don't need to level up any weapon for a while. And, well, that while is not gonna come up until now. So, here we have Boreal Phase. It is pretty much like the previous Tropicolor fight, since it's kind of like a recolor. You can usually only hit it once per cycle, unless you have some weird specific timing, where it just is about to spit out the pumpkins. And of course, it also has evasion. Worth noting about Boreal Phase, the sprite is not going to cruise quite as fast through this boss as through the previous ones, because this one here has a lot of magic defense. So the sprite will be able to take out this thing quicker than both the boy and the lady, since they neither have to worry about chance to hit, nor do they have to worry about the boss being vulnerable in the first place. They can just cast freeze over and over and over again and just nuke it. But it's not going to deal particularly much damage. It's going to cost quite a few fairy walnuts in order to, well, eventually defeat this thing. The lady is about to get new equipment for dealing with the Great Viper. Soon she will start catching up to the boy, because soon she will get Salamando. That's where she starts speeding up, and then she just only keeps going faster and faster from then on. The boy kind of more or less had a pretty consistent speed throughout the entire game. The sprite is insanely fast until the end of the game, and then just kind of comes to a screeching halt until we are all the way through. Kind of interesting in how it works. Which is also part of the reason as to why I found it to be potentially rather interesting to make this kind of comparison here. So the boy is done with Boreal Phase and is about to get the Elemental Spirit of Fire, Salamando here. Which means one more type of element for the sprite to start training, as well as having available to take advantage of for enemies' potential weaknesses to, well, those elements. You might also have noticed both the boy as well as the lady actually keep the power wrist equipped rather than upgrading to new accessories that have higher defense. The reason for this is that the power wrist gives you +5 strength. The Wolfsband actually gives you +5 agility, which is also interesting, but just dealing more damage is way better than having a very slightly higher chance to hit overall. At least in my book anyways. Now I'm starting to wonder how useful it would be to get the Wolfsband during a 1-player 2 controller run. Oh well. So Salamander offensive spells for the Sprite are actually a bit of a strange occurrence. It's kind of like Sylph, in that the strongest spell costs 4 MP each time you cast, so it's largely not worth casting for how much damage you deal per mana invested, or MP invested. However, the curious thing is the spell that costs 2 MP for the Sprite actually deals more damage. It has higher base damage than the spell that costs 3 MP, which is Lava Wave. The Fireball, 2 MP, costs more. However, the awkward part about it is that Fireball is a projectile attack like Air Blast, and consequently means that it's, well, more awkward to use, since you have to wait until the projectiles actually connect with the enemies before you can do anything again, and also can be potentially a bit dangerous. As you can see here, those are the fireballs. However, Lava Wave, on the other hand, does not have that problem. It instantly connects with enemies, but it also has an incredibly long animation. So you actually will see me use Lava Wave, even though it is neither efficient through damage nor MP wise. It's literally just efficient because it allows me to chain cast spells together, because that's actually going to be relevant for the fight where the boy is in right now. Which I think I'm actually going to mess up with the Sprite, but that's kind of besides the point. So, these are little lizard enemies here, kind of like the previous boss. In fact, it's the exact same enemy. Which also means because we have significantly upgraded equipment and higher levels, they actually deal 0 damage. They are literally not a threat at all. But they are pretty much as annoying as before. Each one of them has 300 HP that you need to knock down in order to get them into phase 2, and then an additional 777 plus 3 times healing. So it just takes a while. So optimally you just swing with the sword and hit all 3 of them every time you swing. That's just kind of as good as you can do. Except for the Sprite and the lady in this case. So, as long as you play your cards right, as mentioned before, if you can kill the first form, the pink little tadpole thingy, from effectively its remaining HP to 0, and that means just from above 300 HP remaining to 0 at that point, so you need to deal at least 300 damage in one single swing, or one attack combo, so to speak. You will be able to defeat the tadpole enemy before it ever transforms. So both the Sprite as well as the lady can do that thanks to chain casting spells, and also those little guys are actually weak to fire. Convenient enough, with it just receives fire spells. Now, because this is the first run with the Sprite I did, and I don't currently feel like doing any more, to be honest, it also consequently means that the Sprite now, I didn't quite figure out how to properly route it out in order to, well, defeat those more efficiently with spells. And I'm going to actually lose a fair bit of time here with the Sprite. That is not entirely necessary, but you will actually see them dealt with properly with the lady. Also, don't worry about that book up there. You don't need to see that. So, for the boy, the Ice Gigas is going to be pretty much the exact same as the Fire Gigas earlier, with 2 differences. One, the Ice Gigas has evasion, so 40% of the time, well, I'm just not gonna hit. And that is on top of the Ice Gigas actually being pretty difficult to hit in the first place, because of how its, well, invulnerability frames work. And the other difference is, if the boy or any character ever gets hit by a spell from the Ice Gigas or ability, they're actually not instantly dead, because the Ice Gigas does actually cast their abilities on only a single target each time. Now, another thing. Earlier I mentioned that elemental weapons don't actually deal elemental damage, hence why I didn't bother using like Ice Saber for the Fire Gigas fight on the lady. And that is very true here as well. The Ice Gigas actually casts Ice Saber on you, which would be a clever thing if, well, your weapons actually dealt elemental damage, then you would only deal half damage. But as it is, the boy actually deals more damage, thanks to Ice Saber level 6 increasing his baseline damage, so it's actually a good thing getting the Ice Saber. The only downside here is that whenever you equip a barrel, the Ice Saber enchant is going to be gone, because when I say equip a barrel, I mean that kind of literally, because the barrel is effectively considered a weapon. So consequently, if you actually equip a barrel and then cast an elemental saber on it, the barrel will have the corresponding color. So you can make blue barrels, red barrels, and so on. Kind of neat. Welcome to you, Fengrim. I hope you're doing well. So here, I'm still struggling to figure out on how I should have dealt with these guys. Worth noting, the sprite, well, actually, recovering any MP during the fight with these little fishy guys is actually a kind of a big problem, because when they have the death animation, when they initiate the death animation, everything is cancelled, so using a fairy walnut here, the sprite is not gonna get the MP back. But also when they disappear, right here, it's also going to be cancelled again. So I actually literally just wasted 2 fairy walnuts that didn't do anything, because I completely mistimed them. So yeah, don't do that during this fight. I did pay more attention to that during the fight with the lady, for that matter. But you can see that the sprite just absolutely destroys this poor little guy with Firebolt just at level 1, and that is going to be very true for the Ice Gigas as well. Keep in mind, the sprite is actually not behind. The sprite already defeated the Mech Rider in the desert, which the boy went directly to the Ice Country instead here. Alrighty, the lady has arrived in the Ice Country and is about to face her last boss, where she does not have any particularly strong offensive capabilities. Well, it's actually not entirely true, there's going to be like 2 more exceptions coming up. But for the most part, that's gonna be true. So, by the way, how's the music balance? Is it too loud, too quiet, or something like that? It'd be good to have some feedback here, I think. And the other thing is, if you have any questions, that would probably be a good opportunity to ask overall. As you can see, I'm actually using Lava Wave on the sprite, which doesn't deal much damage, but just because it locks the boss into place because of the long animation, it allows me to have enough time to start casting Fireball. There's that. The sprite also once again does not take damage from the spell, because they were casting their own spell while the enemy cast it. The boy just barely defeated the Ice Gigas before the sprite finishes off, well, that Ice Gigas over there, and the lady's just kind of trudging behind still. It is quite noticeable, the gap here at this point, because she just does not have as much physical attack power as the boy does. Thank you, Shooty McGungun, for the audio feedback, I appreciate that. Alright, by the way, the Ice Gigas was actually Santa Claus, who was corrupted because he tried to steal the Mana Seed of Fire in order to make a gigantic Christmas tree, because people stopped believing in him. I think that's the plot anyways. Like, I don't think I'm making that up. Might get the details wrong, but either way, the lady is actually having pretty good luck with hitting the Boreal Face here. The boy is now trudging backwards through the Ice Country. And now with Salamando we can also go through the Fire Palace. Now, worth noting, if you go to the Fire Palace right after getting Salamando without defeating the Ice Gigas, you will arrive in the main room of the Fire Palace, where the game will just tell you, hey, the Mana Seed of Fire has been stolen. That's it. You can actually circumvent that message by skipping the basement. However, Skipping the basement would require me to use more than one character, because we kind of have to get the other characters up the ramp somehow. So I, well, just don't do that really. Also, as you can see here, the boy trying to go to Kakara, it's not going to work. It will literally tell you, hey, I don't have enough gunpowder. I think I just demonstrated this here for... Or I didn't demonstrate it, but I just explained it there, which is why I hesitated. Which character is the fastest, basically? Well, let's put it this way. All of them are surprisingly close to each other. In fact, if I may ask you, what do you think? Which character is the fastest in the end here? The boy clearly has an advantage over the lady until, well, right around now, where his physical attack power just far exceeds the attack power that the lady has, and thus he actually gets rid of a bunch of bosses much quicker because he just deals that much more damage, and also gives them less opportunity to heal up and such. However, as soon as the lady starts getting the good spells, starting here with Salamando, where she actually gets some offensive spells, that is where she will start catching up and accelerate and accelerate and accelerate basically to the end. The sprite is actually already going into the Fire Palace, which neither the lady nor the boy has even entered the desert for the first time yet. The sprite is just cruising through the game really fast thanks to being able to nuke all the bosses. Until the final boss, that is. The final boss cannot be hurt by spells. You can help with spells actually. But yeah. I think Jager will win this race. Maybe. Panzerkampfwaffel, thank you. Thank you very much for 27 months of support with tier 2. That's really kind of you. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. So here I start casting Fire Bouquet on the lady. So worth noting about Fire Bouquet as a spell, it does cost 3 MP, it deals less damage than even Lava Wave of the sprite spell, so it's not particularly strong in terms of base attack power, but it is a spell that actually is significantly more powerful than her physical attacks for that matter. So using the spells from here on out against most of the bosses, not all of them, is going to be a significantly more useful time investment than trying to hit enemies with weapons. In the meantime, the sprite goes through the underground here. This is the orb. If you can skip that by going up the ramp instead, like giving each character the fist weapon, just punch your way up the ramp and circumventing it, you actually can skip the Ice Palace by just doing that. So, Fire Bouquet, Fire Bouquet, Fire Bouquet, kind of like with the sprite. If I were to pygmy the lady, she would be able to cast spells quicker than she is right now, but I largely don't do this in areas where there's regular enemies, because it is rather dangerous if you get caught by them, since you lose a lot of physical defense. So that's kind of the short version there. But yeah, for the lady, even though she only has fire elemental offensive spells, it will still help a lot against other bosses that are not necessarily weak to fire, just because you don't have to worry about chance to hit, you don't have to worry about stamina, and the spell is reasonably strong if you level it to level 2, level 3, so it will help out tremendously very soon. And in fact, it already starts helping out tremendously. It's just kind of the process of leveling up the spells before getting to the next set of enemies. Leveling up the spells before the bosses mainly has two purposes. One, defeating regular enemies gives you a little bit more experience, consequently you also have slightly more maximum MP, which you can use to cast more spells before you have to refill. And two, it makes it also a bit safer to fight most bosses, because you don't have to spend as much time in the fight, because you, well, deal more damage with spells, as well as have to recover less frequently. Minotaur here is weak to wind. Kind of like before. Air Blast is not the best spell, but if you can position yourself in a way where the Minotaur will... where the Air Blast will hit the Minotaur pretty much right away with each of the attacks here, the animation goes by a fair bit quicker. Also a little fun fact, because the boy went to the Ice Country first, the Mech Rider actually has almost not enough damage to deal any... well, the Mech Rider does not really have enough attack power to notably threaten the boy's health at all, because it just doesn't deal enough damage. Like, it's that much defense in comparison to if you go here directly. Also, Mech Rider has a very simple AI script. It moves up or down in order to try and align itself with your character in order to run you over via, well, the running over bike method, so to speak. And here, because the boy has so much physical defense, I just decide to stand right in front of him and just swing at him, because if he is not in position to run you over, whenever you hit him with a physical attack, he will cast speed up on itself if he doesn't already have speed up, and if it does have speed up, it will use physical attacks like these little missiles, which, by the way, fun fact, ghosts actually absorb enemy projectiles like arrows, but also they make these missiles explode, which is why they explode and the boy actually doesn't get hit despite not moving. It's not something I intentionally use, it's just something that happens incidentally, so oh well. Because there's not really much of a way to avoid the ghosts being in the way in a lot of cases, let's put it that way. Prevent? Oh well. The sprite already managed to cruise right through the Fire Palace, the boy's only just arriving there. And the gap is only going to get larger from here on out. And now we get to the Empire. In the Empire we actually pick up the code to enter the sewers, but we actually don't, well, even give the guy the code in order to enter the sewers. We literally just get the code because the NPC that gives you the code also needs to give you the key to the Gold City Tower later. And if she hasn't given you the code yet, she will just give you the code first, which is kind of, well, slow. So you want to talk to her right now instead of later. And the way we, by the way, circumvent having to talk to the guard at the entrance of the sewers is we just align ourselves pixel perfectly with the wall, and we literally walk around the trigger where he would normally walk up in order to guard the sewer section. So just align yourself with the wall and you can walk by. Never have to enter the password. 634. Why is it faster to get the code now instead of when you need to get the key for the gold tower? So the problem is actually how the script works for Seeker of Mana in how it keeps track of the plot progress. So in order for Mara to give you the code, the plot progress for the Gold City Tower has to be at a certain point, where you reach that point after you talk to the man on the wall in Gold City. And if you have not yet talked to Mara, that plot trigger or counter actually gets reset back to the previous state, as if you never talked to the man on the top of the tower, and consequently you don't receive the key. So you would have to... you would basically go to talk to the man on top of the wall, then you talk to Mara and she actually gives you the code. And even talking to her again just doesn't do anything. You will have to go back to the old man on the walls in Gold City, and then go back forward in order to talk to Mara again in order to get the gold key. So you would have to just at some point talk to her before talking to the man on the wall. So it's quicker to do this now than landing later here with Flammy. So the boy here just picked up a chest with 1000 gold. You might have noticed we have a lot of money and we probably don't do this for the gold. The reason why we pick up that chest is so there are always going to be 3 of these bow rats going to be spawning here. These enemies here are one, if not... This is one of the best grinding spots in the entire game. The enemies here have basically no defense and very little HP compared to how much experience they are worth. And the reason why we are defeating them here is to level up the weapons pretty quickly. Specifically, I want to get the boomerang to level 2 for the boy for later, and the sword to the highest possible level, which is level 4, in order to, well, charge it up for bosses in the future. Also, apparently I'm leveling up the spear. Oh, no, I'm just switching to the spear, so I stun the enemies before I switch to the boomerang. I like to discover just straight up using the boomerang is probably more efficient. So also, I kind of completely missed it, but the lady absolutely destroyed the ice gigas earlier, and she was way faster than the boy to do so. So she also now has to go via Matango in order to go to the desert to then subsequently deal with the mech rider. So it's going to take a bit until she catches up. Plus, she's actually going to have the longest grind in the Fire Palace. The boy just has to, or wants to get the level 4 sword, as well as the level 2 boomerang, and then he is out of there. However, the lady has a goal for the level itself, rather than just leveling up the weapons. She will also level up weapons. That does include, I believe, the spear, as well as the boomerang, as well as the sword. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't think she levels up the sword, actually, now that I think about it. But yeah, I'll get to that once she gets to the grind. Hopefully I will remember. In the meantime, the sprite is just happily cruising on ahead and is running now through the North Town ruins. We did upgrade our equipment here, so most of the enemies effectively deal 0 damage, just because the equipment here is, in casual play, reasonably expensive, and you will likely not be able to afford that without doing a bit of extra grinding. So, yeah. Enemies here deal damage that is easily mitigated by the equipment that we have now on the sprite here. Especially these blue blobs, they don't usually hit you anymore. They can, actually, but they don't usually hit you anymore. Also, Remix has stopped. Oh, continue please, yes. Also, the boy has to revive the sprite in order to, well, open up the passage further ahead. I also killed the sprite during the boss fight here with the Minotaur, rather than going back to kill off the sprite, because it's just a lot more convenient. Since you either have to backtrack like 3 rooms, or you backtrack 1 room and wait for the cloud to eventually come over and eventually attack the sprite. This is just more convenient during the boss fight. Minotaur, by the way, his Earth Slide only ever hits a single target, so it's not inherently as dangerous as it is to get hit by other bosses' spells that hit all characters, so you're not instantly dead if you do get hit. But it does a lot of damage, and preventing the damage is kind of necessary. Also, fun fact, Minotaur does not have a collision box, so you can literally just walk right on top of him. And also, if you're close enough physically, Minotaur will use his physical attacks instead of using spells. And I'm kind of abusing that fact, because barrels make you immune to, well, all physical damage. So I just equip a barrel, go close enough to him. Also have a chance to, well, hit him while I'm close enough when I equip the barrel at the same time. But also, I don't want to get hit by a spell while being in the barrel or just equipping a barrel. That can be pretty bad. The Doom's Wall is about to get nuked here by the sprite. In fact, I'm not even using the optimal spell for defeating the Doom's Wall here. The sprite is literally just leveling up spells as they go. Using Freeze here would be faster and also more efficient to defeat the Doom's Wall, but because we want to have a higher level Salamander later, I decided to just start leveling up Salamander in the middle of boss fights rather than having to stop for regular enemies in order to cast there. Well, until I switch over to freeze, I guess. But yeah, seeing the Doom's Wall here might give you some unpleasant flashbacks compared to how we had to deal with Wallface. Now let me tell you, Doom's Wall is not nearly as bad as Wallface, because especially the boy will just have a much higher physical attack power in relation to how much HP the Wallface has, and reasonably consistently defeat it before it, well, heals too much and before even the right eye runs out of magic consistently. It's still not terribly fast, but it's not nearly as slow as Wallface earlier. So in the meantime, you will get the first taste of the lady having offensive spells against an boss and enemy that is not weak to fire, right here, against the Mech Rider. So Fire Bouquet as well as Flame Wall both have secondary effects. And these secondary effects for Fire Bouquet is reducing the enemy's attack power by 25%, which actually used to be part of the strategy to defeat Gorgon Bull at some point, but now we have different strategies. And the other part is Flame Wall actually has less base damage and costs 1 more MP compared to Fire Bouquet, but it would engulf enemies in flames, so they are basically stunned and also take ticking damage consistently. Oh yeah. Also, you might have noticed I used Analyzer earlier in order to, well, stop Mech Rider in its track before it could do anything. I largely cast Analyzer as well as Slowdown and maybe some other long animation spells on Sprite as well as on the lady in order to avoid enemies from, or bosses from, retaliating after they get hit by the spells. Just a little bit longer because the animations last long enough for me to recover MP. The lady has to recover MP really frequently, because she is both relatively low level compared to where we are in the game, which by the way, solo characters do not gain increased experience compared to, well, an entire group of characters. The experience is not split normally in traditional play, so you also don't get more experience now. Either way, her spells just cost at the minimum 3 MP in order to deal damage, as well as she just doesn't have that much maximum MP yet. The Sprite, to be fair, does not have that much more maximum MP either, but because Freeze only costs 2 MP, it makes quite a bit of a difference compared to the 3 MP for Fire Bouquet, plus Freeze just deals more damage. Who is ahead? The Sprite is currently cruising on ahead by defeating the Vampire here with spells. So Vampire cannot be hit with physical attacks unless he jumps around on the floor. That is pretty random, as you will see with the solo character challenge run of the boy in just a moment over there. And the Sprite has to be a little bit careful about spacing out the spells and attacks for, well, not accidentally getting killed by the Vampire while recovering MP. But Vampire has like 2500 HP, actually. Let me look up the proper number. Where are my boss data? Oops, I did not mean to make a new spreadsheet. Oh well. Bosses. Wait, Viper. Vampire, 2550 HP. It has more than twice as much HP than the previous boss. More HP than the previous 2 bosses combined. It's kind of insane on how much HP the Vampire has. And that is actually going to be one of the major hurdles for the solo character challenge run of the boy in terms of speed. It's not difficult as much as it's just slow. Why do you go into Mitch form on the bosses? Being in mage form on the bosses allows you to cast spells quicker in two ways. For one, your spell goes off slightly faster because your animation before the spell goes off is shortened, but also for two, the animation that normally occurs after the spell, at the bottom you can see it, after the sprite casts a spell in regular form, he is going to duck down, let's just kind of go on his knee and then hold up the weapon in front of it and then finally is able to move again. That entire animation is gone as well. Consequently, while you're controlling the character, you can also move a little bit faster again after casting the spell. So it helps quite a bit in order to just chain cast spells frequently. What? Hey, What's? Thank you so much for coming back with Twitch Prime. That's really, really kind of you. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay for 43 months. That's quite a long time. And hey, What's? I've seen you in the tournament the other day. I did not even know you were participating. I have to admit I couldn't watch the entire thing, but I hope you were doing well. We bumped it. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It might be not a term I'm familiar with. But it was fun. Ah, that's nice. It's bad. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh well, but good that it was fun. Lost all three. Yeah, that happens. Alrighty, you might see the lady here start grinding, and as mentioned before, she's actually grinding up the spear up to the maximum level, which is currently level 4. She's grinding up the boomerang to the maximum level, which I think is also level 4, and she's also grinding up, well, levels to level 24. The reason why she wants to get to level 24 specifically is because this is where she has 21 maximum MP. So as mentioned before, this is one of the best grinding spots in the entire game. This allows you to gain a lot of experience really quickly, especially for, well, this stage of the game. And I figured out two things. For one, having more maximum MP means I have to recover her MP a lot less frequently, especially since she doesn't have as strong / efficient spells and also variety elemental spells as the sprite has. But for two, because she doesn't have particularly strong offensive spells, enemies that are not weak to the element at this point, or more specifically bosses at this point, actually have a fair bit of magic defense, and being, well, just like 4 levels higher, increases her wisdom to the point where she actually manages to deal a fair bit more damage than before. So let's put it this way, I think the numbers were like you deal 15 to 20 damage per fire bouquet spellcast to the Minotaur at like level 18, whereas it is about 40-ish damage at level 24. So you very quickly kind of catch up on how much damage you actually deal compared to how much time you invested for the grind. Plus this grind is very good as well to just level up weapons, because the enemies here are still high enough level that you get the full weapon experience. Because, as you may or may not know, if the enemies are lower level than you only get half the weapon experience compared to, well, normal. So because the enemies here are just high enough level that they still get full weapon experience, it is just reasonably efficient to just grind up the weapons here that we need for later anyways. And the lady's actually done with using the sword at this point. She's going to use the spear as a main weapon from here on out if she is using physical weapons, but also the boomerang will be useful at the very end. In the meantime, the sprite is defeating Metal Mantis, which has actually really low magic defense compared to the Minotaur coming up anyways. And once again, kind of like before, the sprite is literally just leveling up spells in the middle of boss fights rather than using the spells to kill bosses as quick as possible, because we want these spells higher level for later. We bumped it equals bad, we killed it equals good in English. Also, that was the bomb equals good. English is silly sometimes. Yep, I'd have to say most languages have something like that. Alrighty, the boy is about to arrive at the Doom's Wall here, and he does not have a choice aside from just, well, defeating the boss straight up. In fact, the boy actually went out of his way to grab a sword orb earlier inside the Northtown ruins, and then ran out of it to upgrade the sword and then came back in to defeat this guy. This is useful for the wall phase. Even though it's not much increased damage, it is enough damage increase that it actually makes a significant difference on this boss, and especially the next one that he has to defeat with physical attacks. So the sprite is at this point just cruising through the next portion of the game, already defeated the Metal Mantis, but it's not nearly as far ahead as you might necessarily think at this point, I guess. Part of it is, let me be honest, because this was my first run with the Solo Sprite and I haven't done a second one, whereas with the Solo Boy and the Solo Lady that was the second run each time, and I did gain a massive amount of time each time. So the sprite might actually be a fair bit faster if I did another run, but I have to admit at some point I'm just kind of a little bit burned out on the game still. I really like this game though, so I like doing this. Alrighty, the sprite is about to defeat Mech Rider. Mech Rider number 2 does not have any particular elemental weakness, so just use whatever spells in order to level up the spells for the most part, really. The lady is going to continue grinding until level 24, where she will actually deal solid damage with Fire Bouquet against the Minotaur, which is still going to be much more damage than trying to use physical weapons against him, because, well, she just doesn't have as much attack power as the boy. And the boy is just going to try and defeat Wallface and afterwards Vampire for quite a while. I'm going to take actually a very short bathroom break, so be right back and enjoy the music. Alrighty, I'm back. So, Sprite in the meantime has acquired the Flammydrum, and the Flammydrum allows us to visit all the overworld spots on our own, well, on our own terms, let's put it this way. And the Sprite is immediately going to go ahead and buy a bunch of things, and also prepare a bunch of stuff. The unique thing to the Sprite solo run is actually that they are going to buy a circlet right here. The circlet gives +5 intelligence, which is the Sprite's spellcasting or magic power stat, so to speak. It is wisdom for the lady, in case you're wondering. Either way, having +5 intelligence on the circlet as well as +5 intelligence on the Lazuri ring gives the Sprite a fair bit more magic attack power than they would otherwise have. In fact, it's about 10 levels worth of magic power gained through the circlet and Lazuri ring. It's quite significant, to say the least. I also tried to upgrade the gloves over to level 4, which would be +1 more magic power, but apparently I didn't pick up the claw orb. Oh well, that's alright. Oh, I did remember to unmute. Thank you, Regidactylus. I appreciate that. And, well, I'm glad you enjoyed the Zelda Muse. Alrighty, the Sprite does also do a bunch of busy work and just went to buy the Gold City equipment. So, normally as soon as you get the Flammydrum, you can already get ridiculously good equipment in Gold City. That equipment will effectively protect you from more or less everything. Any enemy that deals any kind of physical damage will effectively deal 0 damage at this point in the game, because that equipment is normally so expensive that you cannot reasonably afford it without grinding a bunch. But, well, because of our money glitch, that's not exactly much of a problem. Plus, we are only outfitting one character anyway, so even without it, it actually is not that difficult to afford if you just grind a little bit in the Fire Palace. Which, by the way, the lady manages to, well, complete her grind for the level, and is now starting to catch up. In the meantime, as you might be able to tell, the boy is, well, slowing down quite considerably. Not having any spells to take care of the vampire just kind of puts you at the mercy of the vampire, giving you good luck, so to speak. And that's kind of all there is really to say about that. If you don't get good luck on the vampire for it to hop around a lot so you can actually hit it with physical attacks, then you're going to lose a good chunk of time, which I do believe actually this was a rather unlucky fight for the boy here. Oh, by the way, for the Sprite here, just watch right there, just jumping to the right. Whoop. I'm gonna explain that next time, I suppose. Another character does that, because all 3 characters are gonna do this little weird jump. It's kind of an interesting oddity that I figured out at some point by accident, and it was kind of funny. Plus it is also a bit faster to just jump across there rather than having to either backtrack all the way or using a magic rope. Okay, the lady managed to defeat the Minotaur. As mentioned before, Minotaur does have a good amount of magic defense, and the maximum spell level is level 3, which is not really a whole lot at this point in the game. So Minotaur is not an easy boss to defeat with Fire Bouquet, but still better than physical weapons. And from here on out, the lady is going to accelerate quite a bit, to say the least. The Sprite in the meantime is taking on the Lime Slime. The Lime Slime is weak to fire, which, as you might be able to tell, is going to be convenient for the lady to take down as well, because, well, she has offensive fire spells, well, literally nothing else. Also, the Lime Slime does have a lot of health. In fact, it has 3,470 health. That is actually 50% more than the vampire. It is kind of weak in terms of being able to fight back, so to speak, especially since we have the Gold City upgraded equipment. But it is still a rather lengthy fight. Even being able to nuke it as hard as the Sprite can, it still takes a while. It does also have a good amount of magic defense for that matter. But at the very least, the Lime Slime is not flying around, or being otherwise completely unhittable for an extended period of time, like Vampire is, so yeah. The lady is now starting to catch up, just landed in Southtown, about to grab the password from Mara to go into the sewers, which, well, she's not gonna use anyways, but once again, in order to get the Gold City Tower key later, she will want to grab this now, it's just more efficient. But she will have a much quicker time against both the Doom's Wall as well as the Vampire. Why does the Lime Slime only take 1 damage sometimes? I might have used like Lava Wave. The Lime Slime might only take 1 damage, so here's the thing. Spells as well as physical attacks both have potentially low damage rolls. A low damage roll, so basically you either have a high damage roll or a low damage roll, like it's a binary thing in a sense. About a 20% chance to get a low damage roll for a spell as opposed to an 80% for a regular high damage rolls for a spell. Not exactly how it works, but let's just roll with these numbers. And effectively, if you get a low damage roll on a spell, the Lime Slime does have a fair bit of magic defense and might just more or less mostly negate the spell damage. If you negate the spell damage because you have too much magic defense, you will still take at minimum 1 damage. So that's kind of what usually happens there. Sprite already defeated Lime Slime and cleared the Palace of Darkness and is just continuing on to Gold City Tower, whereas the boy finally managed to defeat the Vampire. Took quite a while, but this is, as mentioned before, pretty much by far the largest hurdle for this run to be reasonably fast. Alrighty. The lady pretty much arrives in the North Town when the boy is about to leave. Kind of interesting to crisscross like that. And the sprite is just, well, pretty far ahead at this point. Well, boss-wise anyways. And they're going to go ahead and run into the Gold City Tower. So these wolves deal about 200 damage. But because the sprite has, I think, more than 200 defense total, they actually literally can't hit the sprite with physical attacks unless you're Pygmid. Once again, Pygmid we get in order to be able to cast and chain cast spells quicker, but also in order to chain cast spells quicker. Yeah, that's it actually. We Pygmy ourselves in order to chain cast spells quicker, but the counter side of that is we lose 3/4 of our physical defense, which is why you don't see me running around with a Pygmy character all the time. Plus, the Pygmy status gets removed whenever you defeat the boss. Blue Spike here actually has a lot of magic defense, so being able to defeat him with spells is kind of a testament to how insanely powerful the sprite is as a spellcaster. He does not have any elemental weakness, and Freeze is the highest or most powerful efficient spell that we have at this point. That is also reasonably leveled up. Technically, you could also use Shade for this with Dark Force, but because Shade is not yet leveled up, it would just deal 1 damage until it hits like level 3. Also, worth noting, the sprite actually gets additional magic power from the equipment. That is effectively 10 levels worth of magic power from the circlet as well as the Lazuri ring, which kind of augments the, well, spell power here. The lady will actually have to deal with Blue Spike in a different way, because Fire Bouquet just does not deal enough damage. Yeah, that is an interesting remix. By the way, the playlist for songs for Secret of Mana is going to run out soon, so if you have some of your favorite remixes that you would like me to play here for Secret of Mana specifically, feel free to post them, I think. Also worth noting. Wait, did the sprite already defeat Gorgon Bull? Did I miss that? No, oh yeah, I went back outside. Oh, I remember. I forgot to equip the circlet on the sprite, so I did not have as much magic power against Blue Spike. So I used up more MP, so I went outside in order to buy more fairy walnuts for Gorgon Bull here. Half-hour orchestral remix. Thank you, Chaz. That sounds pretty awesome. Alrighty, Gorgon Bull here on the sprite's end is weak to wind. Gorgon Bull also has a lot of magic defense, and worth noting, stats-wise, let me actually double-check whether I'm even correct about that. Let's see, Gorgon Bull has... Oh! Gorgon Bull has 100 magic power for offensive spells. To give you a frame of reference, the Dark Lich only has 44. So Gorgon Bull has more than twice as much magic power as the Dark Lich has. This kind of comes back to balancing on how they adjusted the spell power of enemies and bosses that target all your characters with spells. Gorgon Bull uses Earthlight level 8 on all characters, and it deals a lot of damage. Now, if you have a solo character, you take more than 400 damage if you get hit by that, so it is a lot of damage. But yeah, the lady will also have to deal with this guy physically because of his high magic defense. The sprite only can really punch through thanks to, well, Sylph just being his weakness. So that helps quite a lot. The boy in the meantime, hitting the Mech Rider number 2. Worth noting, Mech Rider number 2 as well as number 3 later. The boy is going to stand here at the very bottom of the arena, and this allows him to hit the Mech Rider without ever getting overrun by the machine itself, because the collision box of the Mech Rider is too large to go any further vertically down on the screen, so it can only go back and forth here instead of going actually to the position where it can run over the character. On top of that, so it will effectively only ever counterattack. Once again, the counterattack script is simple. If he does not have a buff, he will cast speed on himself. If he has a buff, he will either use missiles or wave beam as an attack. Both are rather devastating. Also, the lady already defeated the Doom's Wall thanks to the power of Fire Bouquet. Not as strong as the sprite, but hey, still competent. Also, by the way, the Wave Cannon from Mech Rider 2 does a lot of damage, so preventing that damage via the barrel is kind of useful, or important even. Hello! And Yardinia, thank you! Thank you so much for 19 months of support, welcome back! Twitch Prime. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Quite a long time already. Also, you might have just evolved the Ravites to... wow. Black Chumps. Wave. So you can see the lady deals 148 damage per Fire Bouquet or on the vampire here, which Compared to the boy who literally had to wait for each attack that dealt like 60 damage for a physical strike whenever the vampire was hopping around, she's going to make a lot of time up in comparison. That's kind of useful. The sprite in the meantime has completed the Gold City Tower, which unlocks Lumina, which consequently also unlocks being able to get Luna here in the Palace of Moon. Luna is actually useful for both the lady as well as the sprite, but especially the lady will strongly benefit from having Luna in, well, the spell arsenal. For the sprite it's going to be mainly being able to absorb MP from enemies, and that is kind of a big deal. Also, I'm gonna stop waving here now, but thank you. The boy is now going to just buy upgraded equipment, and he's actually going to no longer have +5 strength from the accessory. The physical and as well magic defense of the equipment here is more important than the 5 strength at this point. So, way to go. Lady made quick work of the vampire. The sprite in the meantime is heading over to Tasnica. Actually no, the sprite actually is going to make a save file. So, this is going to get a little bit complicated because this is also where the cactus paths branch out quite a bit. So, both the sprite and the boy will want to get the mana sword in order to fight the mana beast in the end. So there's 2 separate methods I'm going to use here. The boy is going to use the traditional save warp into the Mantis Ant boss fight in order to repeatedly get more and more sword orbs. And he's actually in fact going to start doing this right now. He's going to get 3 additional sword orbs that he's not supposed to have in order to get the Dragon Buster sword earlier. I'm gonna explain in just a second as to why not more, but the sprite, basically, because you have to use the boy in order to get into the arena for the Mantis Ant, I kind of have that restriction for myself that the sprite cannot use that kind of method of words. The sprite cannot use that method of getting the mana sword early, or well, at all, I suppose. Just because of that. Also worth noting, this Darkstalker here, the sprite is about to fight, actually does not give you any experience. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. I only figured that out relatively recently. Also, the boy is finally going to pick up the Mitch Mallet. So, the sprite just created a save file at the Frosty, or the Frost Forest Nico. That Nico is special because it has a really odd property that no other save point has. Normally, in order to save a file, the game kind of keeps track of where you currently are, and in order to know where you are, well, it looks at the variable that is indicated by where you entered the current field from, or the current area. However, because you land with Flammy right next to Nico, that variable is empty, and effectively the save file will have nothing in its data where it's supposed to start your characters from. Consequently, if you try to load the save file normally after landing there with Flammy and saving immediately, it will crash the game. However, there's actually a method to retain the memory data while resetting, and in order to do so, you hold the button for the reset, start select L and R for a few seconds rather than just immediately releasing it. And this allows you to retain the data of where you currently are or which room you last entered, and then subsequently load the save file with that data. So what the boy is going to do, he's going to load the save file he created at the very beginning of the game, runs back into the fight with Mantis Ant, and then effectively does that start select L and R, holding for a second or two, and then loads the save file, and then he has that save file with that current party back inside the Mantis Ant arena. And Mantis Ant is kind of a weird boss fight where you can fight him multiple times if you can get back into the arena. That is actually very unique to Mantis Ant. That is actually not something you can normally do. Oh yeah, the sprite accidentally activated Nico remote activation here. That is a little bit strange. I'm not gonna get into that right now. So either way, the boy is getting into the Mantis Ant fight, going to hold start, select L and R for a few seconds, then load the save file for the Frost Forest Nico. And he is back in the arena with the Mantis Ant. So Mantis Ant only has 150 HP, so just 2 hits and it's down. And this gives you additional sword orbs. Now, as mentioned before, the sprite can't exactly do that. What the sprite just did is the sprite created a Frost Forest Nico save file before clearing Tasnica. That's important. Here with the sprite I'm going to also do a soft reset, holding start, select L and R for a few seconds and load the save file from before I cleared Tasnica. So this save file now the sprite is in actually has no data of ever completing the Tasnica side event in order to be able to enter the trials here with doppelgangers. But we are still in the doppelganger area, and you still can complete the event as normal. It's just you technically skipped doing Tasnica for all the game is concerned. So consequently, the game is going to get a little bit confused as to what is going to happen here. In the meantime, the boy is going to do this entire thing 2 more times, kill off the allied characters in order to have them not during the Mantis Ant boss fight, land at the Frost Forest Nico, load the previous save file to get back into the Mantis Ant arena and effectively get a total of 3 additional sword orb he's not supposed to have yet. Now, the reason why we actually want to avoid doing Tasnica at this point, or well, at least as far as the game is concerned, we haven't done Tasnica yet on the sprite save file, is because Tasnica, completing that event gives you a sword orb. Now, if you already have the maximum amount of sword orbs up to the mana sword, before you complete the event to Tasnica, it will softlock the game there, as in you can no longer proceed the event. So you cannot have too many sword orbs entering the Tasnica area. That is kind of important, because this is the reason why the boy does not immediately get the mana sword and only goes up to the Dragon Buster, the second strongest sword at that point, which is a huge difference, much weaker than the mana sword in comparison, but well, much stronger than any other weapon he could normally have at this point. The last sword orb you would normally get against the Thunder Gigas. However, the boy is never going to clear the Pure Lens, so he does not have to worry about defeating the Thunder Gigas at all. We will get to that later. The sprite in the meantime is taking care of the doppelgangers here. The doppelgangers have 999 magic defense, so they're actually some of the few enemies you cannot defeat with magic. Using Acid Rain just reduces its defense by 25%. It's not really worth it, as I noticed, but oh well. Just hit it until it's gone eventually. Thanks to Gold City equipment, the sprite literally can't take damage from the enemy here. Also, the lady is getting her equipment from Gold City as well just now. She now has the same defense as the other 2 characters. Worth noting, she does not get a magic damage boost compared to the sprite, because her spellcasting stat is Wisdom rather than Intelligence, and you get Intelligence from the equipment and not Wisdom. So, yeah. Alrighty, starting the mix as posted earlier for music. Okay, now let's see. The lady is about to grab the key to Gold City Tower. The boy is getting an additional sword orb, And again, the reason why we only get 3 sword orbs is because otherwise the game will soft lock as soon as we reach Tasnica. So we could technically get this mana sword already, but then you would also have the ability to skip Tasnica, which is not currently possible with a solo character, unless you use arbitrary script execution, but at that point you might as well warp to the credits. Either way, the sprite deliberately avoided completing the Tasnica event in order to be able to pick up the sword orb from there later. And you will see as to why at that point. In the meantime, the sprite is progressing pretty quickly through the game and has cleared the trials to defeat the doppelgangers and is now about to defeat the watermelon boss fight. It's actually called Agrogopilon, but nobody can really pronounce that name. I don't think I pronounced it right. So it's just a watermelon with teeth and legs. Pretty spooky. And this watermelon boss has really low magic defense. It's actually quite interesting. So what I'm actually going to do here with the sprite is 2 things. It has such low magic defense that you can actually reliably and easily absorb magic from it and actually gain more magic. Normally, unless you have leveled up Luna at this point, you will not actually gain any more magic back than you invest. Magic absorb from enemies or magic absorb costs you at least 1 MP every time you use it, and you get at least 1 MP back. So usually it's just kind of net neutral if you deal minimum damage or, well, minimum absorb damage to an enemy. However, the boss here has such low magic defense that even at level 0 you can already start absorbing MP. Plus, we also start using Dark Force already. It is currently level 0, but the important part here is that Dark Force allows me to, well, use Dark Force later as a spell very usefully against a boss quite a bit later. Like, I'm literally leveling up Dark Force here for actually 2 bosses, I suppose, in the end game. And let's see, dude, thank you. Thank you so much for 33 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. That's quite a long time already as well. Thank you so much. And hello, welcome to you. So yeah, the sprite is basically just leveling up spells in the middle of this boss fight again, just because sprite is that powerful. You don't want to wait on other bosses, might as well just level them here. And it works actually pretty much perfectly for having Shade just at the right level in the end, as well as leveling up Luna to just have enough MP absorb in the end too. Which, once again, worth noting, if the sprite ever gets hit by a physical attack from the boss, he would be in big trouble, but the magic defense is actually not reduced. Also worth noting, unless we make the Agrogopilon jump and lose its leg and then just kind of jump up again, it would cast a wall in order to reflect magic. However, because we well, make it jump and manipulate it into jumping around instead, it will actually never end up casting wall to bounce back spells, because jumping and landing on top of your cactus if you're far enough away takes priority. In the meantime, the lady is using the fire bouquet in order to take care of Lime Slime, not as fast as the sprite, but still faster than the boy can do. In fact, the boy actually is now technically behind the lady in terms of regression. However, he now has a high enough weapon level to pretty much beat the game. So he's kind of more advanced on that end compared to the solo character run here with the lady. Alrighty. By the way, I think the sprite accidentally triggered the wall from the watermelon boss fight, but using Dispel Magic just dispels the wall. That is actually pretty much one of the big reasons as to why I will want to have Shade level 4 by the time we get to the Mana Beast here. Kind of important to have a high enough level in order to now defeat the Mana Beast efficiently. The boy in the meantime finally enters the Palace of Darkness as well, and is about to meet Lime Slime, which has so much HP. The lady is still fighting it despite having magic as well as its actual weakness. It's just such a lengthy boss fight overall. Also, hey Hatsface, I did not notice you earlier. Welcome, and also welcome to you, Chumley. You just hear Angela saying Dark Force. Oh, wow, you had to remind me. Dark Force! Dark Force! Yep. Alrighty. Sprite successfully defeated the Watermill while leveling up spells at the same time and not even losing any MP, which is quite the feat to say the least. And now is going to raise the Sunken Continent. Is there any point at which the separate runs where they are all at the same part simultaneously? At the beginning and somewhat towards the end. Put it this way. Alrighty, the lady finally defeated the Lime Slime. Also, the boy here can actually just do regular swings to deal about 100-ish damage per swing, unless he gets a critical hit, needs a bunch more. And he can also use Candy Barrel in order to do the same trick as we used earlier with Jabberwocky. Use a consumable item and then immediately afterwards use a barrel to just kind of stack a ton of damage. He actually might be faster to defeat this boss than the lady is in the end, thanks to the Candy Barrel technique. And not having to refill MP all the time. So the sprite here actually raised the continent from the underground and is going to do a bit of a strange thing here. So, we created a save file before the continent rose with the sprite. We still have that save file that we created before clearing Tasnica, so to speak. That is also before the Sunken Continent has arisen. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go into the underground section here with the sprite, rise the continent, reverse the continent rising by save warping to the previous save file in the underground, which allows us to then subsequently walk into the main area or the main entrance of the Grand Palace. So here the sprite is going to switch back to the previous save file, which has not yet defeated the watermelon, so to speak, and thus the Sunken Continent is not here yet, but the area is still kind of there. It looks a bit janky, let's put it this way. You're not supposed to be here in this version of it down here. So you can just walk outside and just walk through the main door that is kind of floating in the center there. Then you just do another save and quit, or well, save reset. Not save reset, soft reset to the previous version, and now we are back in the present, where we have risen the Sunken Continent, but we are now at the main entrance, which normally you could not reach this main entrance until after you clear the underground section of this game, which would involve defeating the Hydra boss and the Kettlekin boss, as well as running through a rather extensive underground area, so to speak. Alrighty, so in the meantime, the sprite actually has to activate a lot of orb switches here in order to open up passages further through. You have to activate Nandini switch, and Gnome switch, a Salamander switch, a Sylph switch, a Shade switch, a Lumina switch. And technically you would normally also have to activate a switch for Luna, but we have ways around that are kind of going to save a little bit of time. So, in the meantime, the lady and the boy are actually almost in the same spot here. In fact, the boy is probably going to overtake the lady's progress here in just a moment. And the reason for this is because, well, Blue Spike has to play along. So what we are doing here against Blue Spike is we use the ability, or let me begin this again. Whenever you get hit by an enemy, there's two different types of taking damage animations that can occur. One is where you take less than 25% of your maximum health in damage, which means you just get knocked back and to your knees and then you get back up. However, if you take more than 25% of your health and damage in one hit, you get knocked down onto your back onto the floor, and it's just a much lengthier animation until you get back onto your feet. However, during that getting up animation, your character is actually attacking everything around it as long as they have a melee weapon equipped. And for whatever reason, when Blue Spike eats your character and deals 0 damage, you have the same animation as if you took heavy damage, and so you just attack everything around you. And we kind of abuse that here by charging up the weapon to the highest level we have, and the get up attack actually does not use up the charge attack. However, it does actually consider the charge attack level that she has. In this case, the lady has a level 4 charge attack with the spear, which is the strongest weapon she can have at this point. And the level 4 charge attack with the spear, well, it deals 300% damage total. And that is quite a bit. So every time she has that get up animation, she has a pretty decent chance of dealing a lot of damage to the Blue Spike. It is pretty reliant on the Blue Spike playing along with this game. You can see it with the boy here, he might just jump around forever and you get rather unlucky. But this is by far more efficient than doing anything else, so to speak. Also, I leave this area before fighting Gorgon Bull because Gorgon Bull is pretty dangerous, let's put it this way. Because if I make a small mistake in Gorgon Bull, I might just be straight up dead, so saving before going up there, it just makes sense. I really like this music. Alrighty, the sprite just keeps progressing through the Grand Palace. Just use the ranged weapon in order to activate the switch here, well, from a distance, rather than having to walk all the way around. It just makes more sense. I did that as a kid too, because I figured, why would he ever walk around there? She can just use a bow or the javelin. No problem. So, even though the boy, by the way, deals more physical damage to the Blue Spike thanks to having a higher level weapon with the sword, and also higher base stats, it seems like he does not get nearly as lucky as the lady did for hitting this guy. Also, the lady here is using the new strategy that I learned thanks to a YouTuber named Chokoshura. Well, I think they also stream, but either way, basically what I've learned is Gorgon Bull can be very easily manipulated into a consistent attacking pattern, where you just stand straight north or south of him and then just attack while he's running past. That works until he loses half of his HP. You actually want to avoid him casting a spell, because if he casts Earthslide, Earthslide deals about 400 to 450 damage. This guy has a ridiculous amount of magic power. It's a really high level Earthslide, and you're only a single character, so basically everything is just amplified, so to speak. So this is a much more efficient method than what I did previously, where previously I would actually use Flame Bouquet on this guy, which deals 1 damage by the way, but I would just use it in order to reduce his attack power, so I could stand right next to him, so he would only ever use physical attacks but deal 0 damage because he would not deal enough physical damage to penetrate the defense with lowered attack power. However, with this kind of pattern, this is not necessary anymore. Relies a little bit on getting the rhythm down, but as long as you play it properly, this guy is not gonna hurt you. In the meantime, the sprite managed to go through the Grand Palace and has found the little fish thingy, and is now going to encounter hexes. Also, by the way, enchanting the weapon with Flame Saber on the lady here actually is very useful at this point, because it does increase the damage by a reasonably significant amount, thanks to it being already level 4 rather than in lower level, plus at level 4 it lost quite a number of hits. So it is actually useful to have a weapon enchant. It does not matter which one, as long as it's high level against these bosses here. Oh, the boy really is getting unlucky here, holy cow. In the meantime, the sprite is just using spells against hexes over and over and over again until she is down. That's kind of all he does. So the lady has entered phase 2 of the Gorgon Bull fight. Which, by the way, Gorgon Bull is normally blue, but if you hit him before he undoes its statue form, it will actually always stay grey for some reason. Either way. In phase 2, once it is below half HP, it changes its attack pattern, and this charging spike attack actually pretty much does not have any attacking hitbox until the very end. So you can literally just straight up walk through him in order to avoid the damage entirely, as long as you are far enough away at the tail end of its attack. So you want to make sure that you're far enough away whenever Gorgon Bull is attacking in the end. Oh, I'm using an old strategy with the boy there, I see. The boy is just trying to nuke him down with repeated attacks, which is a reasonable strategy, because he can also deny the damage from the Gorgon Bull pretty reliably. Hello! By the way, Hexus has quite a bit of magic defense. Oh, apparently I messed up with the boy. That's less than ideal. Hexus has quite a bit of magic defense here, and I think I forgot to equip the circlet with the sprite, so it was actually lacking quite a bit of magic attack power too. Yep, the sprite just equipped the circlet. Also, apparently I did not save after Gorgon Bull or after Blue Spike with the boy, so that's actually like 6 or 7 minutes lost for no reason. As I mentioned at the beginning, none of these runs are particularly well optimized, but my favorite thing about these are really that they are surprisingly close together at the end. Which is also kind of why I wanted to have this comparison. Like, they are not perfectly like millisecond finish next to each other, but it is really, really neat. Alrighty. I think I'm going to go outside with the sprite and restock on fairy walnuts because, yeah, I do. Because I forgot to equip the circlet, I would not have enough MP remaining in order to deal with the mech rider number 3 coming up. The lane in the meantime completes the gold tower, and from here on out, she is going to be probably the fastest character to defeat bosses here even faster than the sprite, well, at least in some instances. Maybe not the fastest, but she's going to speed up dramatically from here on out. Alrighty. I'm saving here with the sprite, because I also need fairy walnuts. Actually, I'm not saving, I'm mainly just getting fairy walnuts to restock. That seems to be the place I chose to restock at. So, the reason why the lady actually gets a rather dramatic spike in power here at this point is she gets Lumina, which gives her a spell that has the same offensive power as Freeze from the sprite, which that's rather significant, in Lucent Beam. But, well, that's kind of a minor thing really, because Lucent Beam costs 8 MP. That's literally 4 times as much as Freeze, so it is a very, very inefficient spell. It is still usable, because we have a rather large arsenal of berry walnuts that we can replenish on the fly, so it's not that bad. Again, the sprite literally cannot replenish fairy walnuts on the fly like the boy and the lady can. So it's a bit more restrictive in terms of being able to use these things, so to speak. Also, I used the save state there because I wanted to test on how best to approach the Mech Rider number 3 here with just spells, because he loves to cast Wall. He's not difficult to defeat, I just wanted to figure out how to defeat him efficiently. And I happened to figure it out while I was fighting this guy anyway, so no need to reload there. Alrighty. In the meantime, the lady is just going straight through without doing any save and reset shenanigans. She is actually not going to use the Mana Sword in the end. And that has actually a different reason, because the way the sprite is going to unlock the Mana Sword early is by clearing the Pure Lands. So the sprite does actually entirely an entire area that is, well, not normally optional, but optional for our purposes here, because this gives him a much better weapon to deal with the Mana Beast in the end. And I feel like that investment is more than worthwhile in the end, so... yeah. I actually did not remember that the boy died to Gorgon Bull. That was kind of a big mistake right there, I dare to say. But yeah, the other reason why the lady gets such a large damage spike is, as you can see, she just crit right there. And she can guarantee critical hits from here on out, thanks to Luna. At level 0, Luna gives 1 guaranteed critical hit for the next attack. At level 1 it is 2 guaranteed critical hits, at level 2 it is 3 guaranteed critical hits, at level 3 it is 4, etc. And the reason why critical hits are such a big deal is because the way enemies' defense, or well, attacks and defense works is, let's say your weapon swing deals 150 damage. If an enemy has 100 defense, the weapon swing that deals 150 damage is going to get reduced to 50. However, critical hits double your base damage output, so 150 times 2, and then the enemy reduces the damage by their defense, in this case, in our example, by 100. So, consequently, in that specific example, instead of dealing 50 damage, you deal 200 damage, so critical hits is more than 4 times as much damage in some circumstances. And that is actually going to hold true very much for a bunch of bosses later on as well, thanks to being able to guarantee critical hits. Critical hits are really, really powerful, and if you combine them with charge attacks, you can effectively deal max damage with physical attacks. So the lady still has a little bit to do in order to grind the spells up high enough in order for them to be worthwhile without having to recast the buffs every time before every time after she attacks an enemy, but it will be very much worthwhile, and she is actually a much more powerful physical fighter than the boy is at this point, while still being a rather competitive and competent spellcaster. Also, by the way, the lady here uses the Mitch Mallet, stands next to the rope pole, faces up, and then just punches. And then jumps up. So the reason why this works is the rope poles actually only check for two things. Whether you have the correct weapon equipped and whether you have your party gathered on the whip spot. And then you just need to hit a rope pole. It does not matter which one, and once you hit a rope pole, you will jump in your facing direction. So when you're Pigmeat, your attack is, of course, shortened significantly. So what this means, consequently, the lady will be able to attack something that is right next to her. A whip cannot normally attack something that is right next to you. It has a minimum attack range, so to speak. So being able to hit the rope pole that is right next to you is kind of a unique thing to being Pigmeat or being barreled with the barrel attack. This is why we did such a weird jump across the Palace of Darkness. Also here, the sprite is now preparing for what I like to call the True Solo Cactus Challenge, where I'm actually going to get rid of the remaining cactus in the party in order to just only have one character remaining. The way I do this is by using a glitch that we call Snowman Abduction. That is because while we turn our cactus into snowman, here the boy is going to get hit, turn to snowman, I'm waiting a little bit, then use a medical herb on him, switch to the boy and hold up right into the enemies. And I do the same with the lady. Get her hit, use a medical herb after a brief waiting period, switch over to her, hold up right, and then, well, she's gone. So the reason why this happened is a bit strange. The reason why is because a snowman does not have many animation frames. So I basically manipulate being able to push enemies around or move around as a snowman, and the game does not have any interaction plan for what happens when you push an enemy around as a snowman. As a consequence, because it's trying to execute a push animation as a snowman, it just kind of executes some garbage data, and if you push an enemy up right or down left as a snowman, you actually delete your character from your party permanently. Also, the lady here just dealing 500 damage casually to her doppelganger. Sprite took quite a bit longer to defeat its own doppelganger, so here we are. This is the power of Luna plus charge attacks. Which, by the way, the boy now has completed Tasnica. So the reason why that's kind of a big deal is, in Tasnica... Wait, no, he's about to complete Tasnica. Excuse me. By the way, in Tasnica, the boy gets his last sword orb. So the sword orb he gets is going to upgrade his sword over to the mana sword. If I ever find Tasnica, that is. Good job. Oh my goodness, I'm getting lost all the time in flight. There, the boy is going to grab the sword here from Tasnica, as well as, well, its necessary progression in order to be able to enter the doppelganger area, so to speak, on the top of lofty mountains. But after this portion, the boy will have unlocked the mana sword, and this is going to speed up his power dramatically. Now, as I have mentioned before, the boy effectively executed the traditional Mantis Ant repeated battle in order to get multiple sword orbs early. In this case, I did the Mantis Ant battle 3 times in order to get the maximum level of the sword orb at this point right here. The reason why it's not more than 3 is because if you already have the mana sword after fighting the Darkstalker, your game will softlock and you will not be able to, well, continue after this without using skips in order to glitch into the doppelganger area, which we cannot do with only one character. So, you want to have only a regular sword at this point. Or well, a Dragon Buster anyways, it's still a really strong sword. But this sword orb here will elevate the boy's sword up to mana sword status, meaning it is going to be significantly more powerful than it was before. Also, I made a bit of a mistake there casting the wrong spell with the lady. At this point, we are fighting the watermelon with the lady with Fire Bouquet, because the watermelon has such low magic defense that Fire Bouquet is still the most efficient way of dealing with it, despite having guaranteed crits and all that stuff. Also, I completely missed that earlier, didn't I? I meant to mention it, but Ruff, thank you so much for the gift sub to Quadlight. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also, Ruff, thank you so much for 56 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Also, I died with the sprite because the Pure Lance is not friendly. So the Pure Lance is what you're supposed to do after you completely rise the Mana Fortress from underground and it's now flying around in the sky. However, both the lady and the boy are going to completely ignore that part. However, the sprite has a specific reason as to why they are going to clear the Pure Lance. And that reason is to get the maximum amount of sword orbs available. So, I actually ignored all the sword chests with the sprite because once you watch the cutscene at the very end of the Pure Lance, you will actually acquire the maximum amount of sword orbs just kind of naturally. The game says sword is at maximum power, which means at that point you can upgrade the sword all the way to the Dragon Buster, regardless of how many sword orbs you have gotten until that point. Now, the thing is, earlier we deliberately avoided clearing Tasnica on the save file that the sprite is currently playing on. And so we're going to effectively clear the Pure Lance, get the sword to the maximum power, so to speak, and then afterwards we're going to go and back to Tasnica, clear Tasnica more or less again, but this time for real, get another sword orb, and kind of like the boy has the mana sword right now, the sprite will get the mana sword after getting the sword orb from Tasnica, well, more or less the second time, if you will. So, and you might be wondering, so what is the lady going to do in order to beat this game? Well, curiously enough, she does not care about getting the mana sword. She does not need it. This is why we actually leveled up the boomerang earlier to the maximum level available in the Fire Palace. She's going to use the boomerang as her weapon of choice against the mana beast rather than the mana sword. The thing is, as kind of my own little challenge, as mentioned before, I do not allow myself to use the boy in order to get back into the Mantis Ant Arena in order to upgrade the sword to the mana sword. So this means the lady would also have to clear the Pure Lance in order to get the mana sword early. However, she is not nearly as fast as clearing out the Pure Lance as the sprite. So it would take her significantly longer. But well, thanks to her having guaranteed critical hits and also having Lunar Boost, which increases her attack power by 25%, she does not have to worry nearly as much. So she's actually going to take 2 trips down here into the underground section. The first one is to pick up this chest over there. This chest contains the boomerang orb level 6 total anyways. And level 6 boomerang allows us to, well, level up the boomerang up to level 6 later, which is the level that we want to have. Also, it's basically the highest one available at this point, without having to clear a Pure Lance, which would give you, I think, 1 more boomerang orb somewhere. So now she is going to set up the save warp so she can do the same shenanigans that we did with the sprite as well as the boy in just a moment. So we reset the sunken continent to its, well, sunken state, then do the save warp flip-flop back and forth in order to skip the underground portion, kind of like we did earlier with the sprite. Also, the boy just casually does a regular attack more or less for 500 damage with the Mana Sword now. To give you a frame of reference, the Dragon Buster has... Actually, let me just get the exact numbers for you, rather than just trying to spout those from my memory, because I have the stats of the weapons somewhere here. Here we go, weapons. To give you a frame of reference, in order for you to be able to gauge how strong the weapon's power is. So the Mana Sword gives +5 strength and +5 agility, naturally. On top of that, the Mana Sword never misses. So, you know, until now we had like a 40% or 30 to 40% chance to just straight up miss bosses because they have evasion. Well, with the Mana Sword that's no longer a thing. The lady still has to deal with it, using the boomerang instead, but the boy and the sprite will no longer have to deal with that at all. They can just use the weapons, not having to worry about chance to miss. On top of that, the Mana Sword has 127 attack power. To give you a frame of reference, the Dragon Buster Sword has 52 attack power. So this is 2.5 times stronger than basically the second strongest sword. And I think the highest attack power weapon is actually the axe, just from a raw attack power perspective. No, actually it's the lance, curiously enough. Oh, actually they are equal, either way. They have 56 attack power. So it's still more than double the attack power of the second strongest weapon overall with the Mana Sword. So it's just a gigantic boost in attack power, on top of never missing enemies anymore. And this is the reason why we go and get the Mana Sword for the sprite. We really want that, since the sprite does not have a guaranteed critical hits, and it would be an incredibly slow fight to defeat the Mana Beast without the Mana Sword, because you don't technically need the Mana Sword in order to defeat the Mana Beast. The catch is mainly just that the Mana Beast has 450 physical defense, so unless you deal at least 451 damage in a single swing, you will deal 0 damage to the Mana Beast. And that is kind of not so great, to say the least. So why the boomerang for the lady? The main reason is multiple hits. So the boomerang has a really strange property where it effectively has 2 separate types of attack. Normally you just throw the boomerang and it's a projectile weapon. However, certain charge levels of the boomerang have both a melee portion where they wildly flail the boomerang in front of them, as well as a range portion. And those 2 attacks are actually considered separate attacks, so you can hit twice on bosses. And curious enough, you can hit twice on the Mana Beast. So effectively the lady can hit with the boomerang twice, so that's going to be kind of convenient. I really like this music. Okay, the boomerang, while it does not have the highest attack power, in fact, you cannot even upgrade it as high of a level as you can upgrade the spear, for example, at that point. So it has a fair bit less attack power than the other weapons for that reason. It's just thanks to the lady's guaranteed critical hit, she is able to, well, take advantage of the guaranteed critical hits and just destroy that poor Mana Beast that way. So technically the sprite actually would only have to clear up until defeating the Thundergigas, rather than having to clear anything more of the Pure Lands here. Because the Thundergigas is the enemy that gives you the last Mana Sword or the last Sword Orb. Which, by the way, fun fact, if the boy were to go and clear the Pure Lands right now, he would get softlock on the Thundergigas. The Thundergigas is giving a Sword Orb, but if you already have too many Sword Orbs, the game will just lock up and you will no longer be able to proceed, hence your softlock. But the boy actually has to skip the Pure Lands in order to complete the game at this point. But yeah, The sprite, because he is so fast to defeat bosses and clearing enemies out, it is more efficient to clear an entire area with, what is it, 5, 6, 7 bosses, just because, well, it ends up being more efficient than having to fight the Mana Beast much slower. Which, in case you're curious, it would still be probably the best choice to use the boomerang on the sprite at this point. I say probably because I don't actually know. Because the last boomerang orb is also in the Pure Lands here, where you would kind of need that boomerang orb here in order to get the increased critical hit rate, as well as being able to charge it up just slightly higher. So the lady is about to get up to Hexes, which I believe I still run her out of magic, which may be useful for her, but not really all that necessary, especially for the boy. The boy actually can defeat Hexes without running her out of magic first, and he gains a lot of time. But I believe in this run specifically, I actually still use the technique to run her out of magic. I only figured out later that it's really easy to defeat her without doing that first, thanks to him having the mana sword. But yeah, for reference, the boomerang charge levels that hit twice are level 2, level 4, although in a very awkward way behind you, level 5, level 6 and level 8, if I'm not mistaken. So there's quite a lot of boomerang things that basically have a flying portion and then an attack portion. Oh, fun fact, technically, the javelin also has a specific attack that hits twice. Specifically, the level 6 javelin charge attack has like a little flailing thing going on. And you can hit enemies twice with the javelin as well, which actually is curious for glitchless speedruns for the lady. I actually use the javelin as in solo glitchless runs for the lady. I actually use the javelin rather than the boomerang because of that, because it has slightly higher attack power and you get one more javelin orb as opposed to boomerang orb. I think you do? Actually, I'm suddenly not certain anymore. Oh well. Alrighty, so the lady is just sitting there in front of Hexes. Hexes' basic form only has, as the only spell, Dispel Magic, which costs 4 MP. She has 99 MP maximum, which means she can cast the spell 24 times before she runs out of magic. This is by far the safest route of defeating Hexes. It's really not all that necessary. I could probably defeat her in a more straight up, like a duel, so to speak. Especially the boys certainly can, we know that now. But for the lady it's just the safest method, and I was just going for safety rather than necessarily just always speed. In the meantime, the sprite is about to defeat the Thundergigas. I mean, there's not really a lot I have to talk about in the Pure Lands, you just use the appropriate element against the appropriate enemies. Worth noting that I think I almost ran out of magic clearing the Pure Lands with the Sprite, because we do have a limited supply of Fairy Walnuts to go through there. And the Sprite and the Lady and the Boy still have not caught up to the Sprite's progress at this point. But it's just that fast that he's almost through the Pure Lands before the Lady and the Boy even clear the Grand Palace here. So the way Hexas works is she has effectively 4 separate forms that she can take on. Technically there's a 5th form, but the conditions for that 5th form are never met. The base form is, well, this one here she starts as. She uses some physical skills as well as Dispel Magic as her spell. If you go relatively far away from her towards the top left, she is going to go into her water form, and she would throw Energy Absorb and Freeze Wave and Acid Storm at you. Then straight up top, she turns into the brown form, or well, Earth form, which would be, well, Gem Missiles, probably an Earth Slide. I actually don't really know, to be honest. I actually never really let her cast spells in that form. I just run her out of magic and then turn her into the magical forms. And then in the top right, she has the Fire form, which is probably just Exploder, Fireball, and or Exploder. Did I just say Exploder twice? Lava Wave, Exploder, Fireball, that way around. The boy almost caught up to the lady here. He's going to actually equip the whip and use the same trick that we used earlier on Lofty Mountains to jump across this gap. In fact, all 3 characters used that so far, I just didn't point it out until now. So the lady is going to cast Moon Energy here to guarantee a critical hit. Also, I need to stand further away in order for Hexas to not kill her, so to speak. So, because Hexas is out of magic, she is entirely harmless in her magical forms. In her basic physical form, she can still use abilities that don't cost magic, but as soon as you turn her into her magic form, she will no longer be able to do anything when she's out of magic. Unless you're too close to the tail, that can still hit you. Also, I did cast a spell here with the lady that allowed me to hopefully hit her now. Yeah, right. And I have to pretty much use Moon Energy after every single attack, because it only lasts for 1 attack. But in conjunction with a guaranteed critical hit, charging up the weapon is actually worthwhile, because it basically just multiplies the multiplication. So it's kind of compounding on itself. The sprite is almost done with the Pure Lands at this point. This is the last boss here. And the sprite is also out of magic. But it's gonna be a little bit tricky, but hopefully still works. Actually, I know it's going to work. It's just going to be basically on the last spell cast, all things considered, I think. Actually, I think I will need to reset because I need to equip the circlet for the additional magic power to defeat the blue dragon. That's how it's going to be. And the boy finally arrives at Hexas. As I mentioned before, he could go straight up dual Hexas without running her out of magic first. It is easy enough for him to do that, thanks to just denying damage via barrels, as well as Dispel Magic not being a threat in the first place, and his regular physical attacks dealing enough damage that he, well, really does not have to worry. But at that point, when I did the run with the solo boy here, unfortunately I was not yet aware of that strategy, so he's going to lose a bit of time here, to say the least. Alrighty, so the lady is now, as you might be able to tell, just going to take care of Mech Rider number 3 here. She is mainly going to use the spear as a weapon of choice right here, because the spear is currently her strongest weapon that she has. She's not going to really upgrade and level the boomerang until a little bit later. So for individual single strikes and attacks, the spear is just a better weapon here. She does have to recast the critical hits every single time, which actually currently is still slower than using the mana sword. So there's that. Sprite just watching the cutscene in the Pure Lands, which looks really weird if you actually delete the boy from your party. It scrolls up the screen way too far for some reason. I'm not sure why. Hello, and welcome. So, technically, as mentioned before, I don't have to clear the Pure Lands in its entirety. I could, in theory, pick up the sword orbs from the Grand Palace in the chest. That actually catches me up enough in order to get the maximum sword orbs as I defeat the Thunder Gigas in the Pure Lands here. However, it just so happens that you just might as well defeat the last boss and clear the Pure Lands in its entirety. That way you don't have to do the awkward trick in order to get into the Mana Fortress in the first place without while using any glitches. Welcome to Iki Paladin, and also for that matter, welcome to everybody. I hope you all have a most pleasant day so far. So the boy finally starts attacking hexes now, after she runs out of magic. As you can see, he effectively swings for about half as much damage as the lady does with a charged critical hit attack. So he is way more powerful. Also... oh, the ladies just keep knocking out Mech Rider number 3, which, by the way, Mech Rider number 3 is pretty much the goofiest of the Mech Riders. Kind of like Mech Rider number 2, his collision box is too large, so he cannot get onto the vertical axis to actually run you over with his charge attack. So he will only pace very slowly back and forth at the very bottom of the arena if you just stand at the bottom. And on top of that, his AI script goes as follows. If I don't have Wall, which bounces back spells in case you get casted on, cast Wall on myself after I get hit. And then 2, if I don't have a buff, I'm going to cast Speed Up on myself. Well, it turns out, if you try to cast Speed Up on yourself while you have Wall, which bounces around spells, you're not gonna get Speed Up on yourself. So he literally tries to buff himself with Speed Up, but he never gets to that point because he is not smart enough. That's kind of the short version. Also, the boy, without even having any guaranteed critical hits, the Mana Sword is so strong he can't just do regular attacks in order to guarantee dealing rather great damage, to say the least. And once again, he never misses. The lady has still like a 30% chance to miss at this point at her level, so it is rather significant. Hello! I hope you're also doing well, Hexdeath. Not everyone has elemental minigods teaching them how to use magic, I suppose. So this is also the point where the lady is going to make this into a true solo-character challenge run, and the boy is going to follow suit very soon after that. Here is where the sprite is going back to Tasnica to pick up the Mana Sword. After having cleared the Pure Lands, once again maximizes your sword orb, so you get the maximum amount of sword orbs you can possibly have. Well, -1, because Mana Sword is not normally supposed to be something you unlock through forging. You're supposed to use the mana spells, but, well, by getting an additional sword orb that you're not supposed to receive, this happens. Also, we did pick up the best available equipment at this point at the Sunken Continent that is, well, no longer sunken at this point. Well, sunken again, I guess. Either way, there's a Nico here that some people might not even know about. He has really ridiculously expensive equipment, and we're going to absolutely take advantage of that equipment because it is really good. Especially since the Gauntlet, which is the accessory, gives you 250 magic defense. So if an enemy dealt 250 magic damage, well, it's now 0. That's how ridiculously powerful the Gauntlet is as an accessory. On top of that, it gives you +5 strength, kind of like the Power Wrist, so you don't even lose any attack power compared to using another accessory. So this is also the reason as to why, even if there are certain chests that I could technically open that will almost guarantee it be a defense upgrade of like 1 or 2 defense points for magic and physical attacks, it's still going to be better to stick to the Gauntlet because this allows me to well, just deal a bunch more damage because it gets multiplied with the charge attacks as well as multiplied with the critical hits guaranteed. You just noticed the black rabbits on your progress bar, very cute. Yeah, I really like it. But if it keeps spinning like this, it's going to tire itself out eventually and go back to sleep. That's just how rabbits work. Sleep, eat, be crazy. Only 3 stages. So the sprite is finally upgrading to the Mana Sword right here. In solo cactus challenge runs, glitchless for the sprite, you best stick to the boomerangs. Again, they have an increased chances of critical hits and had chance to hit twice, so I feel like it's the best choice for the sprite. You also probably want to grind a bunch more for higher level, because you will run out of resources otherwise sooner rather than later at that point as well. So this is the last save point the sprite is going to take, until further notice. The lady here is... what is she doing? Oh, she's upgrading the weapon? Why here? That seems inefficient. Either way, she upgrades the boomerang to the highest available level, which is actually the Frizz Bar, or also I think it's called the Slime Disc? Wait, no, is that a separate weapon? Hang on. Frizz Bar, Shuriken, Ninja Trump, the Cobra Shuttle. Oh, the Cobra Shuttle is actually the Slime Disc in German, which I think anyways? Yeah, probably. Either way, level 6 Boomerang is her current highest weapon, and she's actually leveling up the weapon here in a low level area. The reason for this is because unless the enemies are at least the same level or higher than you, you will not get full weapon experience from defeating enemies with your weapon. So getting only half weapon experience from enemies that are you need still a bunch of attacks to kill is not terribly efficient. So just killing low-level enemies for half the weapon experience just goes a fair bit faster. So the lady is leveling her final weapon here, the boomerang, to a higher level. The sprite is currently leveling their final weapon, the Mana Sword, to I think level 6? Level 6 or level 7 it was. And the boy has completed the Solo Cactus Challenge run, or the True Solo Cactus Challenge run as well. Or more specifically, removed the others from the party, and is also consequently now going to save, and I think he makes his way more or less directly into the Mana Fortress with also wanting to level up the sword to level 6? 6 or 7 it was. After taking a quick pit stop here, I think. What is the magical arrangement that we are listening to in the background? This would be this one here. Orchestral... Our Seeker of Mana Epic Orchestra Medley. It's called. So it's really nice. By the way, that is also about to be finished, so if you have something that goes on for, let's say, another half hour for remixes and music, feel free to let me know. Alrighty, so, in order for the boy and the lady to get into the Mana Fortress, they actually have to execute a skip. And this is the one controller version of the skip here, where they are going to go ahead and stand in a specific spot here, charge up the boomerang specifically to level 2. This is why we had to level up the boomerang to level 2 anyways, even if we don't use it on the boy here. Well, not for weapon anyways. We hit the rope pole just off screen there, or well, just up there, just before we call Flammy. No, excuse me, just after we call Flammy, the boomerang reaches the rope pole, and that actually triggers the rope bolt event, but it doesn't execute it yet because Flammy kind of interrupts that event, or well, gets precedence because it gets executed before. Subsequently, as soon as we land, the rope pole event, where it checks for whether you're supposed to jump somewhere, gets executed and overrides the event that normally takes place on the Mana Fortress here before you have cleared the Pure Lands. This is how the boy can effectively just jump across here. Also, I actually made a minor mistake where I deleted the cactus before leveling up the lady's spells. So that was a bit of a mistake on my end. I should have leveled up the spells before deleting them, because I do allow myself to target my allies for that purpose. So the boy is now going to kill a bunch of enemies along the way here. He wants to have, I think, at least level 6 sword, maybe even level 7, I don't remember. And as you can see, the Mana Sword absolutely wrecks everything in this area here. And the sprite is now going to go ahead and start clearing out the bosses here, including equipping the Lazuri Ring as well as the Circlet that is a lot less magic defense. Like a lot less magic defense. Let me actually go back here. So, basically, if the sprite gets ever hit or tagged by any spell whatsoever by Buffy here, or even a physical attack, he's dead. There's no way around it. They would not have enough magic defense in order to survive. However, it does give additional magic power to equip the Circlet and Lazuri Ring, so it just kind of ends up being more efficient this way. In the meantime, the lady is still just leveling up spells as well as leveling up the boomerang to the next, well, the level that I was kind of going for here. This guy just doing this immediately. You missed it. Oh, I'm sorry, Bacchus. I kind of woke up at, what was it, 4 AM today, and I couldn't go back to sleep, so I just started setting up a layout for this idea, and because I thought that was actually kind of neat as an idea, and just, well, might as well do it today. I have plenty of time, I guess, when I wake up at 4 AM. Alrighty, the sprite, as you can see, predictably just absolutely nuked the living hell, whatever, out of the Buffy fight here, and absolutely demolished Buffy. So the sprite is still killing the bosses quicker than any of the other characters. However, once we get to the final boss, the sprite is going to have to slow down dramatically because, well, the Mana Beast cannot be hurt by magic. Also, the boy here bravely opens up a chest. So, if you do not have high enough agility, the chests have a 50% chance to have a trap, which we don't have enough high agility, we are not high enough level. And so it's a 50-50 chance for the trap. And then, if you get a trap, it's a 1 in 16 chance to instantly die from the trap. But we didn't get the trap, we got the power suit, which is very, very awesome actually. It's an equipment piece that is only exclusively equipable by the boy, and gives you +5 additional strength. So he will actually deal even more damage. So that's kind of neat. The sprite's still killing a bunch of enemies with the Mana Sword, and I also forgot to... That's a lot of damage. I forgot to equip the better defensive equipment here again. Oops. So yeah, that could have been really bad if I got hit there. Or more than once anyways. I did get hit. Do you actually level Shade for Sprite? Yes. I do level Shade for Lime Slime specifically. Also, it's useful for... Actually, it's not just for Lime Slime thinking about it. It's also a large portion for the Mana Beast in order to dispel its wall. You will see the strategy once we get there. I haven't seen it yet. Yes, pretty much exactly. So, the boy in the fight against Buffy, it's almost exactly like Vampire, with the one difference that Buffy has a fair bit more HP, but however, the boy effectively also deals a lot more damage than before. Plus, with a 100% chance to hit with the Mana Sword, he does damage more consistently, but he's still at the mercy of, well, the RNG of Buffy just jumping around rather than floating around and casting spells all the time. So that's kind of largely all how that fight works. But because the Sprite and the Lady still have to, well, level up their weapons as well as spells, well, he's not really that far behind yet, is he? Yes, this is actually pretty much my favorite thing about this Ricodactylus. The Sprite actually does not want to see chest spawns from enemies here, because chest effectively occupies one enemy slot, and there can only be up to 3 enemies at any given point in this game here. So, well, it prevents more enemies from spawn, which is less than ideal. It's kind of weird to see Energy Absorb heal Buffy in spite of you dodging the damage. It's true. A bit strange. Lady here continues leveling up the boomerang. A large portion as to why I actually level up the swords in the Mana Fortress is because both the Sprite and the boy can actually benefit quite a lot from having higher levels in order to deal more damage to the Mana Beast, but also have more defense and HP to survive potential attacks. That's really nice music actually. So this is back to the OC remix for the Seeker of Mana music. So here you see Dark Force in action. This is why we used Dark Force earlier on the Watermelon boss in order to level it up to level 2, because level 2 is kind of where it starts dealing damage to Dread Slime here. And well, dealing damage to Dread Slime we want to do, because it loves to spam Acid Storm. Acid Storm does a lot of damage. Well, that's maybe even an understatement. It does a tremendous amount of damage that we survive like 3 Acid Storms, maybe 2. And then we would be dead. And it just loves to spam it, because that's literally the only thing Dread Slime ever does. It just spams Acid Storm, and that's pretty much it. I do think it has actually more scripts where it can use other elemental attacks too, but I have to admit I don't really know how that works. Maybe I should investigate that sometimes. It might be kind of like a Blue Mage thing, where it just learns certain elements from the spells you cast on it, maybe? I don't remember. Either way, the Sprite is going to continue to use more magic on the Dread Slime and just nuke it. Dread Slime at this stage has... how much HP was it? Where's my boss list? Dread Slime, it has exactly 5000 HP. Oh, Omegas actually knows that from the top of his head. Impressive. Yeah, also Dread Slime has an infinite amount of MP. So it's actually one of the scarier fights for both the lady as well as the boy to complete in order to be able to defeat it. Boy still fighting Buffy, while the Sprite has done an entire grinding session and defeated the next boss in the meantime. Ah, I see, fair enough. Way to go. Pizza reaches level 46. That's a good pizza there. So, with the sprite, I'm actually backtracking out of here to level a little bit more on the mana source end of things, but also I believe I'm going to go and restock on fairy walnuts. If I, well, operate my levels well, it's actually not entirely necessary for me to level up or, well, go out and restock on fairy walnuts. But, well, it is just safer to do so, and that kind of opted for safety. Once again, this was the only run I've done with the sprite, whereas it was actually 2 runs for the lady and the boy each. Winter's weapon skill is up, and we have reached level 6 on the boomerang. So the lady is actually raring to go all the way to the end. She's going to make a pit stop to save before the Mana Fortress, and then, well, make her way in there as well. So these tsunami enemies, the green? Blue blobs, actually are pretty efficient to grind on, because they just multiply themselves, and because we are reasonably low level entering the Mana Fortress here, they pretty much give full weapon experience throughout. Also a lot of actual regular experience, which is also very nice to have overall. There's also multiple spawns that we can take advantage of in case I accidentally kill all of them. Plus, as mentioned before, the sprite is actually just trying to get out of the area anyways. And now the sprite and the boy are pretty much in the same room, going to be grinding more or less alongside each other. The lady is using the level 2 boomerang trick on the rope pole up there as well, now to be able to get into the Mana Fortress on her own. So she is effectively one boss behind, but she does not have to do any more grinding whatsoever, and she is never going to leave the Mana Fortress anymore. Well, to be fair, neither does the boy for that matter. Hey Magus, you know what we could do? We could submit a race at RPG Limit Break, Solo Cactus Challenge race, where you and me and somebody else just each take a solo cactus and try to go as fast as possible and just race each other. That could be fun. Would be honestly down for that, since the runs are not that bad. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of saving in these ones. There's still a lot of time to be gained. Which character would you pick? I would guess the sprite. Because you're Magus after all. Maybe not. What's your preference? At this point I'm just enjoying kind of seeing the 3 routes converge surprisingly close to each other. So the lady is actually going to use Lucent Beam against the boss here. Buffy is weak to Light Element, but as mentioned before, Lucent Beam is insanely expensive. And in hindsight, I should have leveled up Lucent Beam to level 3, I think it was. Rather than... oh, it is level 3, this is fine actually then. Or was it level 4? Either way, it takes a good chunk of damage, but it also is basically just use a fairy walnut every time I continue here. But yeah, it's about 1000 damage. Buffy has... let's see... 4200 HP. Which actually is surprisingly less than the Thunder Gigas. Huh. I had no idea Thunder Gigas has so much HP. It has 4162. No wonder that's usually where we use another fairy walnut in the round. You don't think you have a preference? Who would be the third runner? Choose character for Yaga, choose character for Goose. Ooh. I feel like if we want to make a race out of it, maybe at RPG Limit Break or so, we would preferably just focus on one run each. That way we could also optimize it overall. So the boy is now going after the Dread Slime. So the Dread Slime is super sketchy because the boy has to be able to do the menu thing in order to, well, attack the Dread Slime without delay. Because Dread Slime loves casting Acid Storm, and if you ever get hit once by Acid Storm, you might just straight up die from subsequent attacks. It's actually pretty extreme. In theory, it would be faster to use Candy Barrel as well, kind of like we did on Lime Slime earlier, as well as on Jabberwocky earlier to defeat Dread Slime, but because it casts Acid Storm so frequently, it's not much of a possibility to reasonably or reliably do that in any capacity. You played the third run, Jazz, so you can see how it compares to a casual player who doesn't know anything. Nice. To be fair, once the routes are optimized, the times might be not quite as close to each other anymore at that point. Also, the sprite and the lady are about to high-five each other at this point. It's going to be pretty neat. The boy is only just a room further ahead, already dancing with Dread Slime. So the lady will actually have a slower fight against Dread Slime overall, but also a lot safer, because she has Wall. Dryad has the ability to cast Wall on your character that bounces back spells, kind of like the Watermelon earlier could have done, or Mech Rider number 3 likes to do. And because Dread Slime loves spamming Acid Rain, it will just continuously hit itself and reduce its physical defense by 25% each time it hits itself with Acid Rain. And I buffed the lady here before entering the Dread Slime arena, because if you have a wall on yourself to bounce back spells, well, it's kind of difficult to buff yourself while you have wall. You know, we kind of learned that from Mech Rider. It's a bad idea. So consequently, she actually does not have a good method of recasting the guaranteed critical hits on the Dread Slime unless you want to take a bit of a risk, which, well, is real sketchy on Dread Slime. So instead she's just charging up the Boomerang attack here to level 6. Here she's flailing around wildly, which is the first attack, and then throws the Boomerangs, which is the second attack. You can, as a matter of fact, stack damage on Dread Slime, so you can hit him twice, or up to 2 times in one attack charge, which once again, that's the reason why she uses the Boomerang in the first place. That was actually only a level 5 charge attack, but her wall already ran out. It only reflects 2 spells at level 0 Dryad, so you kind of want to be a bit careful about Dread Slime in this scenario. The boy in the meantime managed to defeat Dread Slime. The sprite is running outside in order to grab more fairy walnuts, and then runs back inside after. So here I think the lady has run out of guaranteed critical hits. And unfortunately again, she does not have a guaranteed hit on the boss in the first place, because she's not using the Mana Sword, unlike the sprite and the boy here. The boy is the first one to progress further, because he basically doesn't really need anything else. There's not really anything he can get. All he really cares for is having enough consumables to heal during the Mana Beast fight, which he can easily replenish on the fly. Which, remember, that's why we have to run out with the sprite, since the sprite can't exactly do that. This is why the sprite is a bit more restricted in that regard. But here we go. Sprite is going to enter the Mana Fortress for the last time. Does not even have to do the janky setup for skipping the barrier, because the Sprite did clear the mana at the Pure Lands in its entirety. The boy is actually the first one to enter the Dark Lich fight. However, remember, Dark Lich is weak to Lucent Beams, which the lady will be able to throw at him. So she's going to catch up reasonably quickly during the fight. Actually, is this the fight where I forgot that I should use Lucent Beams and actually initially used physical attacks instead first? That's possible. We'll see. On the other hand, the Sprite has spells. So the Sprite doesn't have a super effective spell against the Dark Lich, but Freeze is still a very powerful spell that is very cost efficient. So it's not going to be the fastest fight for the Sprite, but it's going to be still nuking the Dark Lich without having to worry about any real counterattacks, just because it's going to lock the Dark Lich down for the most part. Oh no, I did not forget that. She should cast this barrier here. Apparently I'll even cast Wall before entering, which bounces back the spells the Dark Lich casts. So the Dark Lich pattern is kind of similar pretty much every time. He initially casts a physical ability, which is a Beam, Pygmy's Glare, or I think the Leaden Glare. Basically 3 physical attacks. The Beam you can technically avoid by just walking properly. However, his second set of attacks he does in his regular form is a spell, so he can cast Freeze, Energy Absorb, or Dark Force, or Evil Gate, I think. Actually, I'm not sure about Energy Absorb. Either way, he also always has the chance of just kind of diving on the ground, which is pretty much what we would like to see for the most part for this guy to do. So the boy doesn't really have much of an opportunity aside from just hitting the Dark Lich, or trying to anyways. I wonder if the Sprite already leveled up the weapon at this point. Either way, the Sprite has now arrived in the last section of the Mana Fortress as well. And nice, alright. So the boy actually managed to get the Headbang AI loop going. We called it the Headbang glitch, but technically speaking, it's actually an AI loop, where the Dark Lich is trying to get closer to your character, but in its Jazz Hands form, it can only get closer via going up or down, so it can literally not move left or right. And because the boy is standing in the exact center, the hands never trigger because they are never close enough to actually attack the boy, at least not by the Dark Lich's idea. So it just moves or tries to move closer, but because it can only move up or down, it's never going to get close enough to either hand in order to be able to attack. So he can just stand here and swing repeatedly. In the meantime, the lady is going to continue just, well, drowning the Dark Lich in Lucent Beams. Jazz Hands, yep. What happens if you have Wall on yourself to cast a buff, but there's no one to reflect the spell at? Does it just vanish into thin air? No, actually in that case you do get the buff. So the way this actually works in a technical standpoint, Wall has a maximum range on how far it can reflect spells, which funnily enough is actually a technique used in one-player, one-controller speedruns with glitches in order to kill your own character. That way you can guarantee that the correct character gets hit by the spell. So if there is no enemy close enough, you will be able to just buff yourself because there's no enemy or entity close enough to reflect the spell to. Also, weirdly enough, casting Elemental Sabers on you actually has the strange effect of as in casting elemental sabers on yourself, has the strange effect of using up multiple wall charges. I'm not entirely sure I understand how it works. Then again, I've never really investigated it either. So here, I believe, yeah, I'm actually using the Flame Saber on the lady because I want to get rid of all the wall charges, so I actually give a Flame Saber over to the Dark Lich. Which doesn't really matter because I'm not gonna get hit by any of his physical attacks anyways. In the meantime, the sprite is just starting to nuke the Dark Lich, and the boy has managed to defeat it in the meantime. Well, the sprite is going to be pretty much the slowest character to finish this fight here, because Freeze, while being really powerful, is, well, not all powerful, if you will. Alrighty, the lady has managed to defeat the Dark Lich. Just one boss's limit remains. The boy is about to enter the arena with the Mana Beast at 14 minutes and, well, 4 hours, 14 minutes and 7 seconds. 3 games, 3 moon endings. I actually don't remember what the moon phases are. We'll see. I would also like to point out that the lady has by far the lowest amount of health remaining, which means it actually only requires 2 Lucent Beams in order to kill her. But she does have the best, like, insurance against at least physical attacks by way of using Lucid Barrier to absorb physical damage. So, welcome to the Mana Beast. The Mana Beast has 9,990 HP and it has 450 defense. 450 defense means if you deal maximum damage, which is in one swing without a critical hit, 999 damage, you subtract 450 damage from that. So that kind of leaves you with about 550-ish damage approximately. So you deal 550 damage in one swing. If you deal max damage with a charge attack, which the boy actually does. I don't think the sprite quite reaches that amount of damage output in a single swing. But the sprite has something else up its sleeve. It in fact has the ability to reduce the Mana Beast's defense through Acid Storm, which is the sprite's ability to, well, go a little bit faster than the other characters can, so to speak. Sprite the best level, to be honest. Sure, we can go with that. So the lady is actually going to buff herself. Once again, using any saber increases your base damage by just a little bit, and at this point level 5 Flame Saber adds actually quite a substantial amount of damage to it. Then Lunar Boost in order to guarantee 4 critical hits, Lucid Barrier to absorb any physical incoming damage, and then last but not least, she casts Lunar Boost, or Moon Energies for critical hits. Lunar Boost is for increasing her attack power by 25%. Then she charges up the Boomerang to level 6, which gives her 2 chances to hit. And both of these hits, if they hit, which is about 75 to 80% chance to hit each time, is going to be about 331 damage. That's a low damage roll, actually. So she got really robbed there on that first attack. And the sprite is entering the arena as well. Welcome. So this is what I meant earlier. They are not going to finish the Mana Beast fight that close to each other, but the fact that all 3 characters are at the Mana Beast fight at a reasonably similar time, I think is just amazing. Through all the different routes, all the different techniques and things they do in order to progress and also try to go fast. Quite fascinating to me. So, the sprite's method here of combat is quite simple. So the Mana Beast, whenever it does not have wall, it will cast wall on itself. Worth noting, the Mana Beast has an infinite amount of MP, you will never be able to run it out of magic, in case that's a concern. So the sprite is going to go ahead and cast Acid Storm right here. The Acid Storm will allow the sprite to both not take damage from the fly-in attack, And simultaneously, also actually gonna take damage here. Simultaneously, it's going to reduce the Mana Beast 450 defense by 25%, which means it will have, you will be able to deal about 112 more damage per attack of a fully charged attack. So the sprite deals actually 100 more damage than the boy does, despite having lower base attack power. So, and that is kind of how the sprite works. The sprite is also going to use Dispel Magic level 4, which is going to remove all the wall charges of the Mana Beast in one go in order to be able to cast Acid Storm again later. Also here's where again, this was technically the routing run. I've never done a second sprite run, so I just made a save state in order to test stuff later. Which, I did test stuff, but yeah. Either way, the Mana Beast or Dispel Magic level 4 will get rid of the wall in one go. So instead of the Mana Beast casting another Lucent Beam at you, it will just cast Wall on itself, which gives you a bit of additional safety. In the course of the fight here with the sprite, I actually eventually figure out how to properly fight the Mana Beast, so it's a bit slow at the beginning. Alrighty, so now, worth noting, each character has their own separate method of killing the Mana Beast. The bow is just straight up power and, well, you attack once per cycle. Actually, that's probably worth mentioning. The reason why I only attack once per cycle is because the Mana Beast can potentially cast Lucent Beam in a chain of 4, 5 or even 6. And each Lucent Beam does, I think, 120, 150-ish damage. So this means, unless I can somehow deny the damage, it's going to be potentially comboing me to death really, really fast. And I absolutely want to prevent that from happening in any capacity. So, this is also why I don't charge up my weapon during regular phases here. I just charge it up once in order to hit it at the beginning and then just wait. Because while charging up a weapon, I cannot open up the menu in order to prevent the damage, which is kind of a big deal, let's put it that way. Also, the reason I pick mid cactus while waiting on the Mana Beast to fly away again is in case I do get hit by Lucent Beam. The recovery animation of a Pygmid character is much shorter than the recovery animation of a character that is just standing on the area normally. So basically each character has a little bit of a way to mitigate, well, the danger of the Lucent Beams. If the sprite just casts Dispel Magic on the Mana Beast, it will as a priority next cast Wall on itself rather than be able to cast another Lucent Beam. So I just need to be able to open up the menu once in order to be able to just deny the Lucent Beam damage and also prevent the next Lucent Beam from hitting, guaranteed. For the lady, if she were to cast Wall on herself, the Mana Beast would actually Dispel Magic her, the other way around so to speak. But well... Dispel Magic on the lady is pretty awkward since she is using a lot of buffs in order to enhance her abilities. Although worth noting that Lunar Energy actually does not get dispelled, those are the critical hits guaranteed. The boy, well, he just tries to deal damage every turn, that's kind of all he does. Worth noting, once again, opening up the menu after the spell animation hits you, but before it takes damage, is reasonably reliable to do with the boy, because he has one more frame of leeway, whereas it is not 100% reliable with the sprite and the lady, just because of how the game works, so to speak. Also, I think I need new shoes, because the Rumperate probably just ate my shoes. Goodbye, shoes. Well, I have my sandwich still, so that's a plus. So, what do you think, everybody? Who is going to finish off the Mana Beast first? While the lady clearly does the most damage, on average per cycle, she is still going to be relatively slow. Because she has to cast so many buffs each turn. Oh, the sprite cast the wrong spell right there. Interesting. So, in case you would like to know, each spell on the Mana Beast does guaranteed 1 damage because it does 999 magic defense. So you literally cannot deal more than 1 damage to the Mana Beast. The boy had such a head start. Well, he does less damage than the sprite or the lady per cycle. Then again, his damage output is consistent. Whereas the lady, she may or may not deal any damage whatsoever per cycle at all, because the boomerang is not a guaranteed hit. Ooh, 153 damage to the sprite. So both the sprite and the lady have just enough HP to survive 2 loosened beams, which is rather spooky. Yes, the menuing definitely slows down, especially the lady. While she is better in in-game time, out of many time, is just faster for the boy because he doesn't have to do nearly as much. Pizza, what a great name. Yep. I think we have Pizza for the sprite. We have Winter for the lady. And I don't remember what the boy's name is in this case. Oh yeah, the boy's name is Rump. That's right. The great tradition. The boy did get 1 critical hit earlier, which effectively reduces the cycles required by 1. Oh, and the lady missed both attacks. Oh, that doesn't help. Missed the winter run. I did actually export the run of all the characters onto YouTube, so you can watch them individually if you'd like to have just a focused explanation of the individual runs. By the way, sometimes the sprite gets a level 8 spell animation, which is actually a bad thing. Because when you get the fancy highest level spell animation on the characters, that also means you are getting like frozen in place because the game just stops everything, kind of like in Trials of Mana actually, Seiken Densetsu 3, where any spell just stops all progress on the screen the entire time, and you cannot do anything in the meantime. That kind of relying with the sprite on being able to cast or start charging up the weapon during the Acid Storm animation in order to get a high enough charge level in the end. I have to admit, I don't actually know who is going to finish first. I'm actually curious now too. Because I'm kind of notorious for forgetting my exact times for when I do runs. So it's just how it is, I guess. Oh, the lady almost died there. lady had a couple of moments AFK. Yeah. The Sprite run is only the one run where I started taking notes and testing stuff, rather than just going straight through though. I feel like you could get each one of the runs probably close to 4 hours if you were to try and optimize them really high. If you cast a spell on yourself and everything on screen has wall, doesn't it cast it on an enemy? It will only reflect once. The spell, that is. Wait, that was Final Fantasy V. I actually don't remember. I would need to test that, what it does. Crit. Wonder whether it would still actually be worthwhile to level the lady on enemies inside the Mana Fortress instead of outside. Just because she has a lot less strength than even the Sprite actually at this point. Well, maybe not. Ooh, the lady almost dead there. I know she's not going to die, but that still looks spooky. His suspense. Yeah, I did not count damage. It's probably not going to be the Sprite. Then again, it's consistent damage output overall. It's slightly higher than what the boy does. Per cycle anyways. Oh, there's a level 8 spell animation. Which, by the way, fun fact. Level 7 and level 8 spells deal the same damage in Seeker of Mana. Only when it triggers the fancy level 8 spell animation, it actually does more damage. At least I think that's what. You did goof around it a little bit in the marathon. I did, but at the same time, these runs here also died in some awkward places. The girl looked impatient and antsy, the boy had the head start. The Sprite, well, a Sprite. Yep. Sprite also had a bunch of deaths in the Pure Lands. And again, the boy had a really costly death on Gorgon Bull this run. Also, I think the lady gets disproportionately unlucky with a lot of loosened beams. Wouldn't it be funny if all the cactus just finished the Mana Beast fight right here in this one last cycle? Nope, Sprite not quite done yet. Pippon, thank you. Thank you very much for subscribing for 48 months. That's 4 years. A long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. And Chaz, you beat Heronigma recently, and the final boss did his light draining attack 6 times in a row. Wow. What a meanie. On the bright side, you can't die from that attack. The song is basically this playlist here, if you'd like to check it out. I don't know which song you would be referring to. He didn't come back for a few minutes. Yeah. You actually have to stay at the bottom of the arena for Dark Gaia to come to you. Otherwise it will not come. Oh. Oh boy! The boy has managed to beat the Mana Beast with his head start. Just a little ahead of the other two. So, in this case, the Solo Character Challenge run for the boy managed to finish first, despite not having any magic whatsoever. The raw physical power ended up being, well, the fastest one here. GG Randy indeed. 435-44 for boy. Should I just put a winner there? I actually don't have my keyboard in front of me right now, because I've been kind of secretly eating food in between commentary bits. Well, not just now, that was a while ago to be fair. I could go... Hang on. Here we go. By the way, I grabbed the color from the color palettes in the game in order to make these little outlines. And I think it actually works surprisingly well. You thought the sprite would smoke the beast just blazing through the final fight? Ah. Well, he tries, to be fair. The question is, who will be second? An excellent question. Let's just see, I need to align it on the right side for this one. Oh yeah, you can now guess on which 3 moons we're going to get. So for anybody who may not know, the final screen of Secret of Mana, the end screen so to speak, has actually a random moon phase. It can be a full moon, it can be a crescent moon, and it can be 2/3 of a moon. So unless you have a ridiculously good memory and actually have memorized what I got during these runs, what do you think it's going to be? Guess 3 moons and... well, we'll see who's going to be the closest. I'm gonna say 1 full moon and 2 crescents. So I don't remember. Yeah... I don't quite approve of that, Coco. I assume it was a joke with the Kappa, but... no thank you. Alrighty, with that said, however, says boy gibbous, girl full, sprite full. Alrighty, let's see. No one gets a moon. The new quest is to find the moon. Triple gibbous? You think the boy is 1/3, the girl is half, the sprite is 1/3. Maybe, we'll see. King Smashington. No, you can absolutely guess, Rhacodactylus. If you have a good enough memory. I don't see why you shouldn't be able to just use that. What a fool you are, making a joke in 2020. Well, there's just certain things that I don't think are okay. Pippon says no fool. 1 in 3, 1 in 3, half. Oh, we'll see. And the lady has finished second. A final time of 4:40 and 14. Oh, that didn't work out the way I hoped it would. That's no moon, it's a space station. Might just be. GG, lady. So the lady's credit sequence is actually really weird. Actually, the sprites as well, because the boy is supposed to be there, and it's your character scrolling the screen. But because your character is not there, nobody's scrolling the screen. So... yeah. I'm mostly concerned about sensitivity issues, Cow. To be fair, I like that sense of humor as well. But I'm not inherently offended by it. It's just more like, yeah, let's not tread into that territory. I would prefer that. And there we go, the sprite has just finished as well. We have a final time of 4 hours, 41 minutes, and 44 seconds. Nice. Alrighty. This is the completion of all 3 solo character challenge runs in one sitting with glitches. Now, if this were played glitchless, I feel like the lady would probably be the fastest of the 3 characters, just because she just kind of absolutely knocks the final section out of the park, being able to buff her attacks up to tremendous amounts without having to use the mana sword. Yeah, please drop the subject now. So we finished in the same order as we entered the fight. Maybe they're like bang even in terms of length. Maybe. There's definitely a reasonably large portion of randomness in it. I do think the lady actually got a lot of misses. Maybe even more than... Well, that's good music for now. She might even have more missed above average, but I'm not sure. GG for the sprite, poor pizza. So we have a gibbous moon in the top left. I need to pause the thingy, otherwise it's going to go away. But yeah, honestly, when I was initially setting this up, I was kind of worried because I knew the end times were reasonably close together. But I thought, well, the middle just kind of looks really off. The sprite's so far ahead. And the lady actually pretty far behind at that point. But it kind of weirdly evens out in the end with all the characters. It's fascinating. And yes, the boy and the lady are the second runs I did for them. So I would say the solo character challenge run for the boy is probably slightly faster on average than the lady. Because I have done by far the most runs with the lady rather than any other character. Then again, I did play it reasonably safe overall. So there's that. Plus there's certain strategies that I did not implement on the solo character challenge run with the boy, where I just played it safe instead. Like running hexes out of magic as well as using the old strategies for Gorgon Bull, which also killed him once. Then also for the sprite, I'm pretty sure I could easily save like 10-ish minutes if I were to play it just a little bit more optimized without testing stuff along the way. Without even going far out of my way. And thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it, everybody. That's really nice. The lady is just standing in the middle of flowers because she cannot advance the screen any further either way. Alrighty, I would say this is pretty much my Seeker of Mana project for now. I will always come back to this game once in a while, but I think I might be done for now. There might be some festivity randomizer in the near future sometime, not sure when, but Moppleton did create basically a event, so to speak, that I kind of want to check out as well. Further, if anybody actually knows some interesting games, so what I'm currently looking for are older DOS/PC games that might be just really interesting and intriguing stories. So to give you a frame of reference from what I'm looking for a game like Albion, A-L-B-I-O-N, Albion, in order to play through that. That's for DOS, by the way, Albion on DOS. Or Planescape Torment is on the list as well. We also have Arcanum of Magic and Machines Obscura, something like that. I forget the title actually. Arcanum of Steamworks and Magic Obscura is on the list. And I'm kind of looking for other titles to maybe add to that list to, well, play some games casually. The main reason why I'm more interested in like older titles is because I feel like there might be a lot of games that just are a little bit lost in time, but maybe some people may remember them, even if they are not as well revered or well known as, let's say, Planescape Torment is an absolute cult classic at this point. I know Arcanum of Steam and Magic Obscura also has quite a following, even if it's a bit of a smaller title. But Albion is probably one of the less known ones, so I'm kinda curious whether there might be more of these kinds of games. Also, the second moon is a crescent moon as well. Indeed. Or well, I say as well, but the second moon is a crescent one. But yeah, that's basically just 3 games to showcase what kind of game I'm looking for to sometime play through. Also, holy cow, I just realized, Judy McGungun, thank you so much for the 600 bits. I really appreciate those. Which actually also means you may have just overexcited a rabbit and they're going to now go back to sleep because you just filled up the list. And wave. Oh boy. Alrighty everybody, this is that for now. So, I hope you enjoyed the comparison, I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and, well, hopefully until next time, take care and have a good night. I stopped the thingy too late there, oh well.